Much more we got, you know?
Committee of the whole will come back to order. First up, privilege. Representative Larson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Up in the North Gallery up here, we have Rick Lee with the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce and Gail Loafing with the Campbell County Chamber of Commerce. They're here for Business Day at the legislature, and we really appreciate how important chambers are for our communities and the business and government interactions. So thank you so much.
Any other privileges before we start? Seeing none. Oh. Hold on, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, we gotta have a script or something.
Okay. Before we get started, we are joined by a few special guests of the Boys and Girls Club. Jay Butler is the president of the Boys and Girls Club of Douglas and the area council president for the Wyoming Boys and Girls Club. Jen Cundy is a national area council representative for Wyoming and Montana with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. And we have the Wyoming Youth of the Year award recipient. Isabel Norris is a candidate from the Du Bois branch of the Boys and Girls Club of Central Wyoming. Aiden Cabrera, I'm not seeing all three of these people, but are they up in the gallery? If you'd stand when I call your name. Aiden Cabrera is also a candidate for the Boys and Girls Club of Cheyenne. And JC Nachtman is a candidate from the Boys and Girls Club of Douglas. Fellow representatives, please make all of the Boys and Girls Club's guests feel welcome at this time. And Ms. Cundy, welcome to the House of Representatives. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for having us here. We serve with the Boys and Girls Clubs in Wyoming over 17,000 youth every day. And one of the things that I say that we offer all of the youth in Wyoming is hope. And I don't think there's anything more important than hope that you can give our great youth. And they're a great fortune to have them here. And our other two candidates have been introduced, but we also have up in the gallery parents, club members, our CEOs, and lots of our board members. So I'd like to acknowledge that they're all here. And Isabel, who goes by Belle, is going to give her Youth of the Year winning speech.
Welcome, Isabel. Floor is yours. We always clap before the speech here in the Wyoming legislature. Proceed.
A horse gallops with his lungs, perseveres with his heart, and wins with his character. I am always looking towards my future, but I'm so grateful for my past. It's what built me, and I wouldn't be who I am today without it. I've faced many challenges in my 16 years. Before I was born, my mother suffered permanent brain damage from a nearly fatal car accident. My father's drug addiction tore our family apart, causing my parents to divorce before I was 2. When I was 7, my mother was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she was unable to get out of bed most days. Because of this, I've been a caregiver for my family. Most recently, she suffered a stroke, and she had to face a life-threatening surgery to repair the damage it caused. This has been difficult as I lost my father last year due to carbon monoxide poisoning. I first joined the club when I was 6 years old, playing for their soccer team, and slowly I transitioned into being a full-time member and attending most of their activities. The club has been there through most of my hardships, and whenever I need support, I turn to them. Whether it's a shoulder to cry on or a listening ear, caring club mentors are there to help me in any way they can. While some might turn to drugs and alcohol to cope with life challenges like these, the club has kept me focused on strengthening my character, including leadership and independence for the past 10 years. At home, I'm a caregiver, but at the club, I receive the love and the support I need. The club helped me strive for what I want in life, and it challenges me to set goals for my future. I developed courage at the club through activities I never would have tried if club directors Lauren and Madison hadn't encouraged and believed in me. I would have never strived to be the first girl to the top of the rock wall in Lander or jumped at the chance to ride at the front of the raft while rushing down the Snake River. Lauren and Madison guide me on taking the reins on the trail towards my future, and I wouldn't be the person I am today without the leadership the club has given me. In addition to the club and my family, my horses lend me the wings I sometimes lack. These gentle creatures help me clear my mind so I can refocus on my responsibilities, like maintaining straight A's in school. As a junior at Du Bois High School, I play on the varsity basketball, volleyball, and track teams, all while working for my family's outfitting business. It's amazing what you can learn from horses, and they've made such a difference in my life. This past summer, I had the opportunity to travel to Maryland and work at an amazing therapeutic riding center. I worked alongside people who truly cared for the animals and the people that needed us most. Many of these horses had rough pasts, and they were old and ready for retirement, yet they were still able to make such a difference in our clients' lives. Without the leadership and the courage the club has given me, I would have never gotten this amazing opportunity, and I wouldn't have been able to work to my full potential. My passion is working with animals, and I plan to become a veterinarian. My goal is to get my bachelor's at the University of Wyoming and then my doctorate in veterinary medicine. Through the courage I've gained by being a club member, my hard work, and my personal experiences, I know I can achieve each and every one of my goals. Like Tessio said, I, like a horse, gallop with my lungs, persevere with my heart, and win with my character. Thank you.
Thank you, Bell Knowers, for being here today. Thank you, Jen. And ladies and gentlemen, while you're up, we do have a lot of our Boys and Girls Club staff from around the state of Wyoming in the gallery. While they're all still standing, if you'd give one more round of applause for the Boys and Girls Club and all that they do. Next up, we are on to section 51, the Livestock Board. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, I bring to you Agency 51, Livestock Board. If you look in your summary sheet, you will see, as far as the Joint Appropriation Committee changes, that there are very few. We add $137,000. And what this is for is for the law enforcement arm of the Livestock Board. So when you're thinking law enforcement, Livestock Board, you can think of the streaming series named after our first national park in the northwest corner of our state. That's the kind of thing these people do. Where does this money go? It goes largely to county sheriffs who are assisting the livestock board with investigations. What we wanted to do was to make sure that every biennium that this account starts with a full $500,000, whether they expend all of that in a biennium or not. We spent more time twisting ourselves up in knots about this than we probably should, but the end result is, because the state typically doesn't carry over funds, it's expected that as of June 30th of this year, there will probably be still some money in that account, but to make it cleaner and most transparent, we're having all of that money revert back to its original funds, and then you start out the new biennium on July 1 with $500,000 to make sure that the law enforcement arm of this agency is fully funded. So it shows up as an addition of 137 because as of the time of the report, their account had about $263,000 in it at the time. Looking at the summary notes, there are a couple of things. The first couple deal with essentially software issues. Summary note 3 is very similar for their animal health operating system. It's getting to its end of life, and they need to replace that. Just mentioned on number 5, we just spoke about that with the law enforcement arm. And then note 6, veterinarians for brucellosis testing have frankly been underpaid. So this is a mandate. We mandate brucellosis testing in certain areas, and because of that, the state assists with paying the veterinary charges for the testing. And the $240,000 levels up so that the veterinarians are fairly compensated. Line 7, again, a very small software ask there. And I would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on section 51 livestock board? Seeing none, we're going to close section 51, and we have a couple of privileges. First, let me take a privilege to introduce our doctor of the day, who has joined us in the back, Dr. Jason Bloomberg from EW Family Practice. Make him feel welcome. And Representative Walters, privilege of floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor. I certainly appreciate that. As many of you remember, Wednesday was Valentine's Day and February is Heart Month. What you may not know is that the American Heart Association was established in 1924, so this year marks our 100th anniversary of the American Heart Association. And it's noteworthy that since its founding, the Heart Association has focused their funding towards heart-related cures and have cut cardiovascular disease in half. To celebrate this milestone, today we are joined by Miss Mackenzie Kern in the gallery to my left, your right, Miss Wyoming 2023. Continuing on, I would point out that Miss Kern, who hails from Casper, founded 2 successful businesses and is a dynamic individual who is passionate about advocating for heart health. She is this kind of an advocate because her father survived what is known as the Widowmaker heart attack, and that has fueled her advocacy. Mackenzie's mission is clear: to raise awareness, inspire action, and expand the association's impact in Wyoming and throughout the country. And so again, thank you for being here, Ms. Kern.
Thank you, Ms. Wyman. We are now back on the budget, section 53, the Department of Workforce Services, after we go to a privilege by Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on a question that came up this morning having to do with the vehicles in the fleet for the state of Wyoming. So I mentioned that there was roughly 280 some vehicles. Actually, I was off. That's the replacement number of vehicles involved. The motor vehicles fleet has 1,100 and 300 vehicles that they maintain and operate throughout the state of Wyoming. So the $12 million that you see in the budget would allow them to buy roughly 285 replacement vehicles. They currently have 246 that are in the replacement category, and they anticipate another 180 vehicles that will reach that state during the biennium. So that's how that number came up. And so we actually had a handout that showed us that was presented to us sometime in the last 2 months. I just couldn't find it till now.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nicholas. Next up, we're on to Section 53, the Department of Workforce Services, Representative Zwanitz, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Section 53, Department of Workforce Services. It can be found on page 42 of your budget bill and pages 24 through 25 on your summary sheet. Please note that the JAC made no changes to the governor's recommendation for money or funding. And as you can see, we have about 31 notes there. And I would just suggest as you're reading down through them, if you see in parentheses the letters TRP, that is our technical replacement. And so I will not go through and list, I think there's about 10 of them. So you can find those like notes 2 and 5 and 31. So many of the notes that are involved in the agencies are budget alignments. And some of those numbers are sort of big. And what they do, they accomplish this by transferring positions from one unit to another, so their expenditures are identified correctly in their standard budget, still resulting in no net increase or decrease in dollars. And so these notes, and you could just mark them off, include notes 1, 3, 4, 12, 13, 19, 20, 22, 26, 28, and 29. And then there's several more requests in front of us today that are related to the 2.5% increase in the employment in the state of Wyoming, which this agency reported to us in committee. New jobs, 6,814, and 1,024 more businesses in the state. And those businesses paid out over $1 billion to new employees. This agency in the last couple of years initiated 24 new programs. Overall, the department has asked the governor for almost $23 million, with the governor recommending $17.7 million. So of the notes not mentioned, I would like to bring your attention to the following. Footnote 6. This relates to the Wyoming Development Training Fund. JAC adopted the governor's rec of $8,212,226 and 3 full-time equivalent positions. Footnote number 7, JAC adopted the governor's rec of approximately $1.7 million, of which 3,000 general fund is one-time and 1 full-time employee, and that is going to the Wyoming Relocate Program. On footnote 9, JAC adopted the governor's rec to change the funding source of 25 full-time employment positions from federal funds to general funds. And this will pretty much restore the reductions that were made in the former bienniums. And they also did increase 1 full-time position transferred from the Unemployment Insurance Administration unit to the Employment and Trading unit. So what all that means is a grand total of $5,386,618 in general funds. And the last note that I'd like to bring your attention, number 16, JAC adopted the governor's recommendation of $5,186,296, of which 2.5 million general funds approximately, and approximately 2.6 federal funds, and for 4 full-time equivalent positions for the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. And Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions you might have on this particular agency.
Questions on Section 53? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on footnote number 7, the $1.7 million and full FTE. Is that because of the legislation we passed last year to pay for relocation, improved relocation for employees for the state?
Representative Zwanitzer, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for reference, the department originally asked for $4 million in general funds, excuse me, and the governor reduced that to 2.3. And so that's where we come up with the 1.7 million. And of course, this is the unit that works with the Wyoming Business Council, the Office of Tourism, Wyoming State Parks, but mostly with Wyoming employers. So what they're doing, they're relaunching the Wyoming Growth Program and worked with the University of Wyoming's Alumni Association and other groups for outreach. And so I'm just going into one of the benefits. I'm not sure where it originated. Maybe one of my fellow members can help. But so what this program does is try to bring employees back to the state of Wyoming. And a perfect example, back a few years ago when the car industry was having a lot of problems and the oil industry needed welders, we were able to go out to that location of where the auto workers were being displaced and put them to work for Wyoming.
Okay, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you could just maybe, you probably did describe it, but if you could put a little more detail into line 6, that 8 million, those 3 positions for the Wyoming Development Training Fund, just if you could explain that a little more, what that is, and maybe give me a little feel for that. Thank you.
Representative Zwanitzer.
Well, thank you for the question. I'll answer part of it, and maybe we'll get a little help them on the rest of the Appropriations Committee. But on this particular note, they originally asked for like 10.9 million in general funds, and the governor and the JAC reduced that to just 2.7 million and some, or reduced it by 2.7 million, left 8.2 million left. So the funds are basically going to the unit that's responsible for business training and support. And that's where, and these funds, just to make it clear so you know, these funds are actually coming out of the Unemployment Insurance Fund. And so what's happening, those funds are becoming very, very exhausted. And so that's why they're asking and the need for the general funds, because there's so much demand for our new workforce in the state of Wyoming.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that, the good presenter is exactly right. It's for upskilling of folks. Additionally, the FTE, the reason they're doing that is this unit is understaffed and currently using lots of temp help. And so they're trying to bring in full-time FTE because FTE are far less expensive than using temp help to accomplish the tasks that they're working on. So that's the little bit more information and a little more color to that issue.
Representative Zwanitzer, follow up.
Sure, thank you. I might also mention that after they restarted this program, they received like 450 applications, but they were only able to approve 97. They also received applications to train like 1,288 individuals, but were only able to approve 283 of them. And this is all due to the shortages of funds. So similarly, the received applications requesting over 3.6 million, and the training fund was only able to approve $764,217. So obviously, the state of Wyoming has a great need for skilled workers, and this is trying to attempt to get those. Hopefully, I answered your question.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and actually that was very helpful. Thank you. Just one question. Are these like job retraining types of training? Is that what that is? So people looking to train for jobs that are now available or in a different field or something like that. Is that primarily what it is?
Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe they're trying to get the system set up so when people call in about are there any jobs in Wyoming, the system's up and ready to rock and roll. And of course, they're going through all different industries because a lot of this is industry asked for positions, and they just can't keep up with the demand. And plus they have a lot of people wanting to come.
Vice Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question regarding footnote number 18. Is this a new position for the American Sign Language interpreter? And if it's not a new position, I'm just curious how spread thin this one position is across our state.
Representative Zwanitzer, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the fine representative. This note's changing the at-will position into a full-time for the telecommunication relay service. And so they have a lot of demand in this unit, and so they got to keep track of transactions between, they have like 150 and 175 telecommunication carriers. And so they just need that full-time employee to help with the training. And the at-will person that they have at the moment, you know, it's really hard to keep them up to date and rolling because at-will people tend to come and go. And so this will allow for a very steady person.
Further discussion on section 53? Seeing none, we'll close section 53 and move to section 55, Oil and Gas Commission. Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, members, I bring you Agency 55, Oil and Gas Commission. If you look on your summary sheet, you will see that there is no net monetary change recommended by the Joint Appropriations Committee. If you look, it's on page 25 of the summary sheet. We made frankly a few nitpicky changes and notes to this agency. You'll notice there was $466,000 that was described as Fund AG. That's their version of saying it's special revenue from their own internal agency funds generated from fees. You'll notice on summary note 1 that we've added a footnote directing the Oil and Gas Commission to review the state processes related to major maintenance and develop a plan for addressing major maintenance for Oil and Gas Commission owned facilities. The only reason we did that is because you'll see in section 308 is how major maintenance is handled for all state buildings, basically. The agency had put in a request for a small amount, $6,000, to repair one of its commission-owned buildings. And that's approved in this budget, but the request of the agency is that when they do their budget next year, that they put it as an exception request and that we make it, put it in and treat it as major maintenance along with the rest of the major maintenance for the other state buildings. The other things are pretty small items. You'll see they're all from special revenue, largely relating to information technology. Note 5, they rent some space and their rent went up. You'll note that the total number of employees of this agency is 40. They accomplished quite a lot. They processed 3,500 applications for permits for drilling in 2022, and they were on pace to increase that to over 4,000 in 2023. They conducted over 7,000 field inspections. They're busy people. They handle orphan wells, as you know. This agency has received a grant of $25 million under the federal IIJA program. So all 1,300 of the documented orphaned wells in the state are now under contract to be plugged. So that's a success for the agency. This number of employees, 40, that is basically unchanged since 2015. I would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on section 55? Seeing none, we'll close section 55 and go to section 57, Community College Commission. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So section 57, the Wyoming Community College Commission, is located on pages 44 through 46 in your budget bill. And you can also find the summary on page 26. I want to mention that the Wyoming Community College Commission supports the state's 8 community college districts with only 12 full-time employees, and the community college system is consistently ranked in the top 10 of the states. And looking at the budget note number 1, I would like to bring out that the JAC adopted the governor's rec for $981,582 for the college administrative computing system maintenance, and that will include the Gillette Community College. Footnote number 2, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $408,000 in general funds for the college administrative computing system consultant. And then please note that notes 3 through 9, the JAC adopted the governor's recommendation to deny these requests. So if you look through all those requests and add that total dollar number up, you're going to come up with a number of $912,237. So my point is, JAC also, in the bold print there on number 3, added authorizing the Wyoming College Commission to use up to $912,237 in reversions for information technology related to these requests. And it's specified it back when we get to section 303, little f. Going down to note number 10, JAC added footnote number 1, directing the cooperative integration of the early childhood integration data system into the statewide longitudinal education data system, affectionately known as SLEDS, within the commission by June 30th, 2026. If we go down to footnote number 11, JAC increased the governor's rec of $4,012,506 in general funds by $12,037,516 in general funds to make a total of those should have been millions, excuse me. Let me do that again. The governor's rec of $4 million, I think I did the $4 million right, but increased it by $12,037,516 to make a total of $16,050,021, and added footnote number 2, specifying the funds will be distributed to qualifying community colleges as provided in statute, and JAC's actions follow the agency's request. If you go down to number 12, JAC added $200,000 general funds in footnote number 3 for the rodeo teams at the Wyoming community colleges. Note number 13, JAC added the governor's rec of $510,000 general fund one time for college library services, including the Gillette Community College District. Note number 14, JAC increased the governor's rec by $204,000 in general funds by a similar amount for a total of $408,000 for the Wyoming investment in nursing, additional student loans, and added footnote number 4. In 15, JAC increased the governor's rec of $219,916 general funds by a similar amount to come up with a total of $439,831 in general funds for the Wyoming investment in nursing additional faculty, and added footnote number 5, specifying the funds are only to be used after all permissible federal funds have been exhausted. And an additional $219,916 of ARP direct was included in a separate 2024 ARP direct bill for the same purpose. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I would stand for questions.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on this page in regards to the public television expenditure of 3.4 and then up to $3.5 million. If you could just explain what that money is being spent on and what that produces for the state.
Representative Zwanen, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that's an additional amount. What the public television wanted to do was just to increase the transparency and ensure that the funding for those guys didn't get mixed into the general funds.
Further discussion, Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up. I just was curious what they're doing with those funds, public television in particular.
Vice Chairman Larson, from the land of public television.
So Wyoming PBS has an endowment fund that, similar to what we have on some of these other trust funds, that is invested, and then they can take the revenue and do it for a number of things, and I'll get to that. But this is a transfer of some funds that they had available and puts into the corpus of that other fund. What they use for these funds for is they can use them for operations, and they can also use them to develop programs such as some of the we've seen the the mental health series that they've done, programs like that. They've done some on, they're getting ready to do some on Trona miners, and a guy, one of the oldest remaining Vietnam, the most decorated individual from Wyoming in the Vietnam War. They're going to do a series on him. And any of those documentaries, they do take funding, and they use some of the revenue off this to help fund and get those documents done.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And additionally, they did over 200, almost 225 hours of filming of the Wyoming legislative meetings and proceedings with this funding as well. So they help put our message or our proceedings out over the airways. And they are available through direct streaming devices as well as the major satellite companies and cable companies. So put out quite a good product for the state of Wyoming.
Further discussion on Section 57 community colleges. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could just maybe give a little more explanation to me for the additional 12 million on line 11. If you could give me a little, it talks about specifying the funds for distribution to qualifying community colleges. If you could just maybe a little bit more detail so I can understand what that was, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Representative Zwanich, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a nutshell, that's the inflation factor for ECA cost.
Further questions? Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on number 1, and that the College Administrative Computing, including Gillette Community College. I'm hoping somebody can shed some light. I thought Gillette Community College was on their own for funding once they passed their community college district.
Representative Zwanich, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with the establishment of Gillette Community College, the commission is required to bring the college into alignment with other college administrative computing systems as required by statute 2116-202. I might mention that only 25% of the amount listed in footnote number 1 is some general funds, and the other is some special funds through the Gillette Community College. So they're still waiting to get accredited, and they won't be able to get accredited for probably about 2 years. There's a whole process they have to follow through, and then the county has to implement a 4 mil tax. And so once all that happens, then this footnote is to have that computer system up and ready to rock and roll. So to incorporate it. So it's there and it's functioning, but it's not official. To the best of my knowledge, there's not a set date on when it's due, but and another appropriator will have a little update too.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add a little bit more color to that, the commission will pay the entirety of this contract as it does benefit all 8 colleges. The Gillette College portion will then be reimbursed by Gillette College back to the commission. So, but because it does have a benefit to all of the colleges, it's paid through one contract. And then, like I said, Gillette College will reimburse for their share of the contract.
And with that, any further discussion on Section 57? Finally seeing none. We'll close Section 57, Community College Commission, and open Section 60, State Lands and Investments. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and body. I move Section 600. This is also known as OSLI. This is found on page 27 of your summary sheet and 46 of your budget bill. This agency is a fiduciary agent for the state, managing our state lands to support public education, the university, veterans home, and our state hospital. Last year, the agency generated $238.4 million in revenues for the state. Did you guys hear that? $238.4 million in revenue. They also serve as the administrative arm for SLIB, which manages the grant and loan program that many of our local communities benefit from. JEC adopted all of the chief executive's standard budget and exception request recommendations for this agency. Of the $36.5 million that was requested, only 2.2 million of that, or 6%, is from general funds. So again, I'm going to do some grouping. If you're on your summary sheet, I'm on notes 1 and 19. This is for technology replacement. Notes 2, 3, 4, and 5. We adopted the recommendation to use general funds to reclassify existing positions to enhance customer service and provide fiscal transparency to support 2 teams. One focused on grazing and agricultural leasing, and the other commercial leasing and temporary use permits. In notes number 6 and 7, we adopted the recommendation to use general funds for 2 new entry-level positions in the Trust Land Management Unit. One of these positions will aid in processing commercial lease applications with an anticipated workload increase in carbon and hydrogen technology leasing, which is very exciting. The other will provide customer service in managing and reviewing the over 4,000 grazing and agricultural leases. Those have to be renewed on a rotating basis, including subleasing and improvement approvals and competing bid scenarios. There's a lot of work to manage. Note number 8 shows our support for the recommendation of one-time funds. 92% are coming from the School Foundation Program account, and 8% are coming from general funds. This is to replenish the existing State Trust Land Preservation and Enhancement account. Funds from this account are used for projects that will preserve or enhance the value of state trust lands or mineral assets and improve the revenue generating capacity for those assets. Examples of projects can be used from these funds include unauthorized dump cleanup, reclamation of unauthorized roads or riparian areas that have been damaged, erosion control, water improvement, timber management, and improving existing access to trust lands through roads and easements. So you can see that there's a lot of good work coming out of this account. Moving on, in notes number 9 and 13, we agreed with the recommendation to use federal funds for 2 positions to manage loans to communities for water infrastructure projects, one from the Drinking Water Program, the other from the Clean Water. Both of these are state revolving loan programs, which is really exciting because as we match and bring in federal money, and then we put those to work in our communities, when those loans are repaid, it replenishes the account, thus a revolving loan account. These positions to manage these accounts, these loans, will ensure we are in compliance with federal water infrastructure grant and loan reporting requirements. The folks working for us in this section we have the fewest number of staff than any other state revolving fund program in the country, but are still required to meet the same reporting requirements as other states. So again, this agency is doing a lot with a little. These positions provide valuable oversight and transparency of taxpayer dollars. Another grouping, notes 10, 12, 14, and 16. This is federal funds to upgrade, maintain, and host the agency's Enable accounting system, and this tracks those revolving loan grants and programs. Notes number 11 and 15 authorize federal funds for audits, again, transparency of taxpayer dollars. Number 17 is regarding our chief executive's letter number 4. In this, we decided to deny the chief executive's request for $24.5 million in general funds to be placed in this agency's budget. Instead, we moved that same amount into the State Water Pollution Control revolving loan account to match IIJA funds, again for clean water and drinking water revolving loans. In doing this, we will leverage an additional $108.7 million in federal money for this coming into the state for our low interest loans and make expensive water infrastructure projects more affordable for our communities. So again, this is money, taxpayer money going back to work in our communities. Note number 18 relates to footnote number 1 on page 47 of the budget bill. This is carryover language from past budget bills that authorizes one at-will employee only if federal funds are received to reimburse the state at 100%. Note number 20 is for one full-time senior grants and contract administration position in forestry. This is using 75% federal funds and 25% general funds. This is needed to increase the workload and complexity related to the administration of federal grants and agreements. Prior to last biennium, this unit managed 15 grants that contained between $2 and $4 million. They now manage 32 agreements that contain between 6 and 10 million per year. So this position is needed so the division can meet its fiscal and administrative responsibilities and expand opportunities to serve our constituents. Note number 21 increases the seasonal firefighter, 4 seasonal firefighter positions whose pay has stayed the same since the inception of this program in 2005. So there has been no inflationary adjustments for these positions in a very long time. Note number 22 provides budget authority for the forestry unit to utilize 1.1 million in contract services to suppress the average of 42 wildland fires per season that we see in our state lands using a single engine air tanker, also known as the SEATS program. The ability to stop these small fires before they spread has contributed to a net saving of several $1 million to the emergency fire suppression account. So again, if we nip these fires in the butt before they grow, that is a good thing. Note number 23, we adopted the recommendation for a 4% increase to the fire helicopter competitive contract, and this is due to rising fuel and insurance costs. This also allows the contract to start earlier in the year or go later in the year, depending on the need and the fire season. In note 24, we reduced the chief executive's request by $25.4 million. And then we agreed to pull $4 million from the BRC program. And this is outlined in letter number 4. The MRG program has existed since 1977 and is available to our local governments in emergency situations to comply with federal or state mandates or to provide essential public services. So again, many of our communities have benefited from these funds and in turn our constituents. Appropriation of dollars into this program, again, the Mineral Royalty Grant MRG program, are limited to the receipt of severance tax distribution, federal mineral royalties, and COLIS bonuses, which those have expired as of July 1 in 2018. So this authorizes the expenditure if those COLIS bonuses magically come back. If not, the money is coming from severance distribution and federal mineral royalties. I'm almost done. You guys still with me? All right, note number 25, we adopted the recommendation to increase spending authority from the fire protection revolving account from 7.7 million to 12 million. And again, this is special revenue generated by the agency in order to reimburse our counties for billable costs from wildland fires. So this removes the need for a B11 process, which can hold up agreements and slow down the ability to get work done on the ground. And when you're talking about fires, you do not want a slow response. Almost there. The last one, note 26. We increased the spending authority from the Good Neighbor Authority program, again, special revenue in this account from 1.5 million to 11.6 million in federal funds for contract services. This program allows the state to partner with our federal friends to administer cooperative management agreements on federal lands utilizing our processes. So we get to stay in control, hands on the wheel on this program. And so increasing spending authority from this account. Mr. Chairman, this concludes Agency 60.
Are there any questions? Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is on footnote 24, dealing with the Mineral Royalty Grant Program. And I didn't catch what that is actually used for, but I see it's been reduced by quite a significant amount.
Vice Chairman Larson.
The MRG program has been around for a number of decades, where they took some of the federal mineral royalties and they have used them to, originally was designed to help communities with the impacts of energy development in their communities. Over time, that has grown, and the SLIB board has used that to help communities when they have emergency needs. In fact, the statutes have changed to refine that a little bit. So as a community, particularly our smaller communities, in the course of a year, run into an unanticipated and very serious problem. The community could be an infrastructure thing, could be, I know they've done fire engines, there's been some ambulance perhaps that they can come in and make a request to the SLID board for that funding. In recent years, that was reduced. This year we add more, actually is higher than it was in the previous biennium.
Further discussion? Go ahead,
Mr.
Representative
Chairman,
Sherwood.
thank you. I think just to continue to add color to our painting here, because the COLI's bonuses have expired, we're right-sizing this account to show what's actually coming in. So it looks like it's a reduction, but the money isn't their true number on the page accounting practice. Thank you.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you could give just a little more clarification, the previous speaker, you gave some good information on, you gave some information that it's primarily focused on small communities. So this is sort of, or is that not necessarily true, or?
Chairman.
Vice Chairman Larson.
I was just trying to find the soft spot in everybody's heart. It can be counties, it can be large communities. It's for any municipality in the state government entity.
Further discussion on section 60? Oh, Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to that line item 24. You know, our chief executive came here and told us how important that MRG is, and you yourselves are explaining it as being super important. Then we cut it, and you say, well, it's not really a cut. We've done something else. I'm confused. I just want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence to make this program sufficiently robust to provide for these needs.
Chairman, Representative Larson, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reduction that was made is reducing out of the governor's recommendation dollars that will actually not arrive in the state of Wyoming, because there was anticipated to be about $24 million over the biennium, I believe it is, of co-lease bonus funds. There will be no co-lease bonus happenings in this biennium because there are no co-leases up for proposed to be leased. And so in the governor's recommendation of 51 million for MRG, that included 24 million for co-lease bonus funds. Knowing that those co-lease bonus funds will not actually be arriving in the state of Wyoming because there will be no new co-leasing taking place, which would create that revenue, we simply made a reduction to the actual amount of revenue that will be received coming from federal mineral royalties and other revenue sources. So of actual hard dollars available, there is no reduction in this account. It is only the dollars that, if magic happened, would arrive. But there is going to be no co-lease bonus magic happening in this biennium. And so that's all we did, is true it up to dollars that will be received versus dollars that are potentially available to the account. So the account receives revenue from these various revenue streams, but knowing that one of those streams was not going to produce revenue, we took it off the table and said, let's just talk about the dollars that will arrive. Hopefully that's not muddying the waters anymore, but it's just a truing up of the revenue to the expenditure that is actual. No actual net reduction here.
Okay, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item 25, I understand the governor has I think a $20 million fund to fund emergencies that come up for fire, for floods, for other catastrophic emergencies. This item 25, I'm curious what it does. Expands, I guess, the spending authority for the governor. I'm curious why that is necessary when we have that set aside $20 million for emergencies.
And the answer to that question goes to Vice Chairman Larson.
So you'll note on there that it refers to it a B11 authority, and so what that's doing is our counties enter into agreements when they go out and fight forest fires in other states. They incur a lot of expenses. The federal government's very slow to repay that, so this fund has been set up to reimburse the counties in a more timely manner, and then the state gets reimbursed from the feds. That has increased that B. What we're trying to do there is increase the authority for the amount of federal dollars they can take, rather than doing that through what we keep referring to as the B11 process. So it's not an actual appropriation, but it's raising the authority of federal dollars they can get as they're waiting for the feds to repay the firefighting expenses incurred around by counties around the state.
Any other discussion on section 60? Seeing Vice Chairman Larson.
So while we're on section 60, folks, I think it's, and I appreciate the good chairman bringing this to instruction and allowing me to do that. Let's go back 2 years when we rolled out the ARPA dollars. We stuck all of that responsibility really within two agencies, Office of State Land Investments and the State Budget Department, to, in a very short time frame, identify and create rules for the programs that we implemented, and then get those dollars out the door, making sure that they complied with Treasury guidance. We have not been, we are one of the few states, Wyoming leads the nation in properly accounting for the ARPA dollar distribution. And then the work that the backroom gals did at OSLI in getting these rules and making sure that when SLIB met that everything was in order and complied. I think that we just really owe these two agencies our appreciation. If you just join with me, and let's give them a round of applause. Mr. Chairman, may I have privilege of the floor?
That's not what that just was. Privilege again, Vice Chairman Larson.
That was general operation of government, by the way. Folks, up in the Witz Gallery is a good friend, sage of unsolicited advice and all around common sense, Vice Chairman of the Fremont County Commissioners, Mike Jones. I like Mike. If you would stand, and he's been down here harassing and creating havoc. Welcome, Mike. Love you, man.
All right, any other privileges while everybody's up? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to section 63, the governor's residence. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I keep wondering why people say that I'm not talking loud enough. And I think one of the problems is I'm sitting right there next to it. The speaker for the folks up there is right in my ear. So I think I'm about half sound deaf when I come up here. And so I can't hear if you can hear me or not, because I can't hear. So I apologize for that. So I bring you governor's residence, section 63, and ask for your favorable consideration on this. Very simple. So as along with the pay increases that we gave to other state employees, we did a quick evaluation of how much we were paying the staff in the governor's residence, and determined that they were well below any trademark or benchmark that we were using. Basically, they were performing more of a service than they were as true employees. It's kind of remarkable what they've been doing and how much they've been getting paid for it. So we've increased that, and that's that note number one, by general funds of $19,000, and that's also in the request number 11. Then JAC added some additional dollars for special events, food, supplies, and operations of the residence. The cook there does a remarkable job of turning out wonderful food, working on a shoestring of what's available. So to a large degree, that we have the chief actually has to rely on outside dollars and sometimes his own pocket to fund some of the events and the transactions goes on there. So, and we haven't raised this in goodness knows how long. So we just increased that to pay for those events more. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions on section 63, governor's resident? Seeing none, we'll close section 63 and move on to section 66, the Wyoming Tourism Board. For an encore, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. And I would bring to you agency number 66. It's our Wyoming Board of Tourism. As most of you may know, we, a few years back, established the lodging tax. And so as a result of that, we were able to remove about, at the time, their biennial budget was around $27 million a biennium of general fund dollars. And that all now is being paid 70, 80% by, or 80 more than 85% by out-of-state individuals. And we took it out of the general fund. So it was part of our budget savings when we didn't have the money and we were low on the budget. Now, as you can see, if you look at the chart, that they bring in roughly $42 million a biennium in revenue. And so that gives actually more items that they can do. And then how they can assist Wyoming. And so that's why you'll see what some of these exceptions requests are. So if you go to, and that's on page 48 of the budget and on page 28 of the summary sheet. And so the primary additional use is that number one, that's where they added $8.8 million in advertising and marketing outreach for the state of Wyoming. And then number two, and that was the Gov's Rec, which we adopted. They added a data analysis and once again, this is all their dollars, for $219,000. Number three, that's switching for the one-time of industrial development manager, and it's a one-time request now. We'll see what that looks like in the next budgetary round. Then number four, $700,000 for the a Wyoming branded float in the Rose Bowl parade. And so that's an interesting issue that was brought up in appropriations, and we're very curious to see what that's going to look like. And then number five, $2 million footnoted to provide grants celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So they're putting in a special committee to put that together. That will involve all of the communities around the state. And if you want more information on that, the good representative Travel and Rec could probably throw in some more flavor and color to that. So I'd be happy to answer questions.
Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question on number 4 to start with. Is this 700,000, is that a Wyoming company that will be going to, or are we going to go out to California and have California people build our float? Seems like, just wondering what that looks like.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I was hoping that some of you are on your off hours or volunteer at a garage in a barn and we can put it together and drive it across the United States on our way to there. But I don't know that that's decided yet.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Allemand.
Yes, sir. So what you just told me that we don't need the 700,000 because we're just going to have volunteers. And I would go if you go. And then also, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
On number 5, what does that also look like?
Chairman Newsom, right next to you, may be able to elucidate that. Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The governor set up a task force that in 2026, July 4th, 2026, will be the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. The governor set up a task force, which includes several elected officials, several agency heads, community members from around our state to organize events and to organize a grant program that would be available to your communities for your community celebrations of the 2025th. We are using the template of the 1976 task force that was in place 50 years ago, and there were some amazing events that were held in your communities. There are several bicentennial parks, and the Independence State Park was created in 1976 in celebration of our 200th anniversary as a nation. So we're hoping that your communities will put together events. If you would like a copy of the final report from 1976 to see what your communities did, I'd be happy to provide you with that. So the governor created this task force, or I'm sorry, our chief executive created this task force with no funding. And he said that funding needed to be appropriated by the legislature. So I went to the Appropriations Committee when tourism was presenting. The money will come from the tourism budget, and that seems an appropriate place for that to come from. So we're looking at the grant situation. I can assure you that none of this money will be blown up. No grant for fireworks will be accepted because we're not blowing up money. We're going to do quality projects in your communities that you come up with.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so that's the only component that I disagreed with. I wanted to use it all for fireworks, and I didn't win on it. So, but the important thing about this is that this is coming from tourism dollars, and so it's not coming out of anybody's pocket except the folks that are driving across Wyoming.
Good. Other questions? Representative Alaman, third time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we don't know whether we're doing this in California, whether we're doing it in Wyoming, where did we come up with the 700,000? And also, I'm kind of wondering how much we spent 50 years ago doing the same project. Thank you.
If anyone knows, feel free to come to the mic. Other discussion on Section 66, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the answer, that number came up from a couple folks that were interested in doing this, and they contacted various folks and actually attended the Rose Bowl parade last year and talked to various folks that did the floats and that's how they came up with talking to various vendors and who put those floats together. That's what was presented to us, because we asked the same question.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. Just a quick question for anybody who may know. Every year, the Wyoming High School Marching Band attends and marches in the Rose Parade. Does anybody know how that is funded? I know that they raise some of their own funds, at least some of them. Is there any answer on that? Anybody know?
Likely we could find that information out if given some time. Further discussion on the Tourism Board? Seeing none, we'll close Section 66. And this is a point where I tell you we are now halfway through the budget bill at 3 o'clock on Friday. All right, moving on to the University of Wyoming, Section 67, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of Section 67, the University of Wyoming, please refer to page 29 on your summary sheet and pages 49 through 55 of your budget bill. And Mr. Chairman, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's budget and took action in the following items. Joint Appropriations Committee denied the Chief Executive's recommendation and added back $3 million for graduate assistant stipends. You'll see that in footnote number 1 in the budget or summary note number 4. The Joint Appropriations Committee reduced the Chief Executive's recommendation to $2.5 million general fund and required $2.5 million private source match for a total of $5 million to build an artificial intelligence program at the University of Wyoming. And that is seen in footnote number 2 in the budget bill or summary note number 5 on your summary sheet. The Joint Appropriations Committee denied the Chief Executive's recommendation and added $1 million for library collection increases. That will be seen on footnote number 3 in the budget bill or summary note number 6 on your summary sheet. The Joint Appropriations Committee added footnote number 4, which is summary note number 8, which is $10 million to effectuate the governor's request for athletic competitiveness matching funds. The Joint Appropriations Committee added $200,000 general fund for the University of Wyoming Rodeo Team, which is footnote number 5, summary note number 9, similar to what was done for the community colleges. The Joint Appropriations Committee increased the Chief Executive's recommendation by $585,000 for a total of $1.17 million for WWAMI tuition and fee adjustments as seen in summary note number 10. The Joint Appropriations Committee increased the Chief Executive's recommendation by $10 million SIPA for coal solvent extraction demonstration project as seen in footnote in your budget bill number 6 or summary note number 12. And this is within the School of Energy Resources. And the reason the Chief Executive had a significantly lower number than where the Joint Appropriations Committee ended up on that is when the Chief Executive submitted his budget, there was an opportunity that had been sought from the federal side for a grant that would have covered that portion. Between the time the governor submitted his budget and the Joint Appropriations Committee met, word had been received back that this project did not receive that funding from our federal partners. And so the state said, we're going to step up and do this. And this is a continuation of a project for coal to asphalt that was initiated a few years ago. And this is moving it from the lab, you might say, out into the field and making a full demonstration of it. And over the next year and a half, they plan to start paving a couple miles of road around the state so that they can test the longevity of that under actual real-world conditions. Moving on to the next one, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation of $2 million SIPA for matching funds within the School of Energy Resources and specified the matching requirement. That is seen in footnote number 7 in your budget bill or summary note number 13. The Joint Appropriations Committee denied the Chief Executive's recommendation and added in $2 million, which was the request from the agency, one time for nuclear energy capacity building. And that is seen in footnote number 8 in your budget bill or summary note number 14 on your summary sheet. Joint Appropriations Committee added $750,000 general fund to develop and implement an incentive innovator competition related to lithium extraction, development, or use. That is footnote number 9 in the budget or summary note number 15. The Joint Appropriations Committee increased the Chief Executive's recommendation by $7 million general fund to a total of $12 million for the University of Endowment Challenge Program, footnote number 10, summary note number 16, very similar to what was done in the community colleges. And then the Joint Appropriations Committee increased the Chief Executive's recommendation by $12.5 million to a total of $25 million for Phase 2 of the Wyoming Gas Injection Initiative, and that requires a match of 1-to-1. That will be seen in footnote number 11 in your budget bill and summary note number 17. Those are the highlights of what occurred in agency and changes the Joint Appropriations Committee made in Agency 67, the University of Wyoming. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Any discussion? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just maybe a little bit of a clarification on 16 on our smaller document. JAC increased the governor's rec of $5 million, general fund one time to 7, general fund to 12, general fund for the University of Wyoming Endowment Challenge Program. Could you just explain, first of all, what the Endowment Challenge Program is and why all the increases?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The agency had requested $20 million in this regard. The governor reduced that sum. The Joint Appropriations Committee obviously brought it back up. So the total in this budget is $12 million. And what that does is it's for endowed chairs, endowed programs throughout the university system. And what it requires is a 1-to-1 match. And so these companies, individuals come in and say, I will give you a large sum of money, and the state will match that. And then it doubles our buying power, you might say, to put into place various programs as well as various entities within the institution. And so it's been a rewarding program. It's been in place, been happening at the University of Wyoming for several years or several biennium, and they're able to match these completely every time that they're offered by the state of Wyoming. They've been a great resource to again, double our dollars in terms of impact.
Follow-up, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you wouldn't mind, do we have an example of maybe one? Like, just to get my head wrapped around, when you say a program or an entity, just if you have one off the top of your head that the university is actually partnered with.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a family here, a longtime family here in the state of Wyoming that partnered with the university to create the endowed deanship for the College of Business. There's a company that came in and created an endowed deanship for the College of Engineering. There's another longtime philanthropic family that created the endowed deanship for the College of Education. And so that it just, as I said, it increases the impact of a state dollar by being able to match it with that private dollar. And the private dollar comes in at a lot higher rate of speed, you might say, when they know they can leverage it and double their impact. And so it works both ways. The state doubles its impact, and the entity, the private entity, whether it be an individual, family, company, whatever, doubles their impact when we have these matching dollars.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding footnote number 4, when I look at page 37 in the budget request regarding that footnote, I see that the current average stipend for a UW grad student assistantship is $16,000, while peer institutions are offering $18,000 to $20,000. So my question is, what peer institutions are we referring to, and what determines what qualifies as a peer institution?
Representative Walters, if you know.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for that great question. Peer institutions in this, as they go out and look at it, it is land-grant institutions in primarily the Western United States as they look into it. So they try to find institutions that are similar to ours, so starting being the land-grant component, and then also then coupling that within the Western United States so that we have good comparators. So it would be our state to our north, south, east, west, and maybe a beyond that by just slightly. But that's how they develop a peer institution. Are they identical? That's all in everyone's eye, and so I can't say that they're all perfect, but you have to start with a baseline, and that's how they establish that baseline as land-grant institution in the Western United States.
Good. Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 2, it says 1.8 million for mental wellness personnel and programming. If I could just get a little more information on that, or what kind of personnel we're talking about. Physicians or therapists, are they in person? Are they telehealth? Just like a little clarification on that, please.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got to remember how to work the microphone. It's been a long time since I was up here. Anyhow, so this is both for student and faculty. Some of it is telehealth. Recruiting mental health professionals is very difficult, but we have noticed that there is an impact with our youth. And so some of this funding will be for personnel as well as programs so that our youth have opportunity while attending the great university, if they're struggling mentally, to be able to go in and visit with live folks on campus or be connected with the appropriate folks if those individuals aren't available in person on campus. Things such as mentoring programs, graduate assistance within the psychology clinics, psychiatric nurse practitioners will hope to be hired. So those are some of the examples.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And another question on line 10. It looks like the governor's recommendation was $585,000 for WWAMI tuition and fees, and that was doubled. Just looking for some input there.
Vice Chairman Larson.
So in the 2021 reductions, one of the reductions in the university's budget was to the WWAMI program, particularly on the medical side, and that was not replaced, nor was that information passed down to students who were applying to participate in WWAMI. So what we found out last year in the supplemental budget, like 3 days after we had finished up the budget, is we had a number of students down at the University of Utah attending medical school through the WWAMI program, and we found out that we hadn't funded WWAMI. And so they're not not able to participate in the part of the tuition cost reimbursement that the state provides when they go out of state. And so this is putting that back into place to where those kids that are in those programs, that we funded them, and they're not down there thinking that they're funded and not.
Further discussion, Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd add on to that. When these students sign up through WWAMI, they sign a contract with the state of Wyoming saying that they will either return to the state and practice for 3 years, or they will repay the amount of money that the state puts forward for them to attend medical school through the WWAMI program. So that's a contract. We know within that contract that there will be an escalator in tuition through our medical school partner that provides the education. And so if we don't fully fund the WWAMI tuition, then we are essentially in default of our side of the contract, because we say we'll pay for their education. And so the request from the agency was for the $1.17 million that is in this Joint Appropriations Committee budget bill. The governor had reduced that in half for reason, or the chief executive had. I can't explain why he may have made that decision. But we felt it necessary to hold up our end of the contract, saying we expect and hope that these doctors will come back and practice in Wyoming, and we'll make sure we cover the cost that we promise to do so based on the contracts they're signing.
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, and to the good representative, she comes back around. So I got my acronyms mixed up. WWAMI is our medical school in Washington that Representative Walters represented. I was referring to WICHE. So I had responded to the wrong program. That we're dealing with both of them, so I apologize.
All right, further discussion. We'll try not to use each other's names on the floor. Chairman Nicholas.
Just for your information, we spent a lot of money on the WWAMI program, and so we kind of monitored over the years, and the last figures that we saw is that about 64% of the physicians who go through the WWAMI program ended up staying and living in Wyoming, for their careers. And just think about where we would be if we didn't have those doctors practicing here. So it's a wonderful thing.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll close section 67, University of Wyoming. Let me remind you, we have less than 2 hours. If you have any budget amendments that you'd like to bring to second reading of the budget, they're still due by 5 p.m. to the bullpen. That's Joint Rule M2. Let me make sure so it's not divisible. It is 14M2. They're due by 5 p.m., at least the concepts and the request, LSO. With that, we'll move to section 69, WICHE, which we just mentioned. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for an explanation of section 69, WICHE, please refer to page 30 on your summary sheet and page 56 in your budget bill. WICHE, the Western Interstate Commission on Higher Education, has a biennial budget of about $5.18 million, of which 90% goes to support the fees for students in health professional programs. The majority of these students are contractually obligated to return to the state to practice healthcare. This is not a university program, although the university has been the administrator for the last several years. And Mr. Chairman, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's recommendations to the standard budget and added footnote in your budget bill, number 1, specifying that these funds shall be prioritized to students in disciplines with repayment requirements as set in statute. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on section 69, WICHE? Seeing none, we will close section 69 and open section 70, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. Also, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to section 70, the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission. And Mr. Chairman, for an explanation of section 70, you will find that on page 30 of your summary sheet and page 56 of your budget bill. The Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, also known as EORC, was created in the 2004 legislature with the intent to backfill the vacuum left during the oil market depression in the 70s and 80s. The goal is to facilitate a meaningful and measurable increase in recoverable reserves and production of oil and gas in Wyoming, which otherwise may not be realized. And Mr. Chairman, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's recommended standard budget. With that, are there any questions?
Questions on Section 70? Seeing none, we'll close Section 70, move to Section 72, the retirement system. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Section 72, which is our retirement system. So I'm no longer one of the liaisons to the retirement board, but for 8 years, when I first came in the legislature, I sat through all the retirement meetings for our retirement system. And so if you go back 12 years, we were around the 67th percentile in our fund for the big plan, and it was and not improving. In fact, it was kind of on a slightly downward trajectory at the time. And since then, this legislature has probably brought at least 7 or 8 different bills, tinkering with and changing and modifying how we're investing dollars, number one. And the end of that was when we started funding the reserve accounts differently, but we were doing the same thing in the retirement investment team and how they were working. And also we modified the board, the retirement board, because now there are 3 or 4 professionals on that board instead of just state employees on that board, so that we kind of changed the perspective of what their function was and how they do it. And so that process continues. But I can say that, as most of you probably know, I think last year, they're one of the number 1 performers in the United States in terms of total return. I think it was 2 years ago for state employees. They now have roughly $10 billion under investment. When we came in, it was closer to about 5 or 6 for the large fund. So they do a really nice job for our state employees. So let's go now to the note number 1. This requires so they have investment staff, and I don't know if I explained it for the new folks, for the treasurer's office and for the state and for state retirement, for those who are the professional investors of the funds. They have a different pay scale and different than other folks. So it's called the performance compensation. Performance compensation means if they meet their benchmarks, then they get an incentive pay. And there's a formula for that incentive pay, but it's based upon 3 years and if they beat those benchmarks and how much they beat their benchmarks over time. And so the crux of that is, if you're a investment advisor and you work even in Wyoming, but any place else, the average pay for those folks who are 15 to 20 years in is close to 7 figures, but it's at least for the smaller folks, it's at least $500,000. And that's what they make. So what's happening is we were losing all of the high profile, the good ones would tend to drift off because they were cherry picked. We've lost in the last 4 years, we've lost 2 really good staff, and when they left, their salaries doubled, even with the performance compensation. But it was a mechanism that we use to help keep our investment staff there. And also, the other thing we're kind of doing is trying to build a bench so that we make sure we don't lose ground. Number one, when we have turnover of directors and when we have turnover of investment advisors, and they come in with a new philosophy and it just costs money. So consistency and longevity is probably one of the most important keys to long-term investing. And so what this first item on this here talks about the maximum base levels for investment staff. So we set that level. It's not set, we set it in the budget, basically. And so this just puts a cap on that so that we tell them you can't raise that base level without our approval, because they're making a lot of money. We keep an eye on it and we keep a fine-tooth comb on what they're doing. And that's Cap Finn's job and one of the things they do during the interim on a regular basis. Okay, let's go down to number 2. One-time information technology, pretty simple. Number 3, the RAIN pension administration system. That's the retirement system that everyone who's, I think they've got over 50,000 folks on that system now in terms of following that's the computer system they use. Number 4, this is ETS data systems, so that's for what they do. Number 5 is a reclassification of an individual. We reviewed that reclassification and said, yeah, that's probably reasonable. Then let's go down to number 6, one equivalent position for investment accounting manager. They're adding positions. So remember, because their fund is getting larger, simple answer is they need more folks to do what they're doing. And so they put that business plan in front of us, and so we concurred with it. Then if you go to number 7, that's a full-time equivalent position for their accounting manager. Number 8, that's a full-time position for the communication specialist. And the other thing you need to know about the retirement folks is that if you look at the source of the funds, none of it's general fund dollars. They're using the retirement dollars and the return on their investment. And so, they have a fiduciary duty to spend it wisely and to not overpopulate their staffing. And they're accountable to all those 50,000 recipients on how they manage their money. If you look at the total cost of their operations, they're in the bottom quartile, near the very bottom quartile of the cost of the number of their actual cost for operations for the amount of dollars that they're using. So then number 9 was a reclassification of manager positions. And so part of this, ladies and gentlemen, what you'll recognize is because they're a little bit different from state employees, they're kind of following the same system of pay increases through the mechanism that they had in front of you to some degree here. But all those reclassified were reviewed by the chief executive and approved before it was approved by us so they could do it. So now I'm jumping down to that's really, then they add a full-time equivalent position in the investment operating risk officer and a full-time equivalent position in the investment operations coordinator. The other one are 2 mortality-based, that they use those to calculate their payouts and longevity. Then they wrap that back into establishing their cost basis and how they pay out. The 18 and 19, ETS communications and classification of salaries. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for retirement system? Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions about how old is our retiree population out there? How many of our retirees have been retired for 30-plus years? When was the last time they got a cost of living increase? I just worry that with this budget that the message we're sending to our retired public employees is that we're more concerned with our investment staff's well-being than we are with our retirees' well-being. We had this situation where we created this independent investment option for our employees, which is terrific. And now it's automatic. Our state public employees automatically get enrolled in their, I think it's 457 accounts, what the name of it is. And they're putting 3%, and unless they opt out, they continue to put 3% in. And so the odd thing to me is that population who's now well invested in 457 accounts probably won't really need a cost of living increase, but the population of retirees who could really benefit from a cost of living increase won't be eligible to get one for 20 or 30 years. And so it just seems very ironic that we're leaving so many of our retirees in a real pinch.
So I'd be...
Representative Nicholas, please. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer that question. Number one, I was a state employee. I worked in the Attorney General's office for 7 years. And when I first signed up, there was a strong pitch, and that was a long time ago. I remember going back to 1985 to sign up for a 457. But it was voluntary, and they kept trying to figure out how in the world to get more people to do it. The reason that emphasis was there, and it still exists today, is that our retirement plan, well, for the big plan primarily, I mean, it's different from the other plans, but the big plan, it's now funded about 19.5% of, that comes out of matching dollars from the state and from the employees, and depending on different agencies, they pay out it differently. The benefits they pay out right now are around 21 or 22%. So what that means is the way that this system was set up, it is set up to never have a COLA, never. Because if you do the math, it's not reasonably possible to do it. The only way that you can get a COLA, cost of living adjustment on the state retirement plan, is if you pay in at least 21 or 22% of your salary versus 19.5. And so the answer is, and I think if you pay attention to the literature, they'll tell you that. And it says that it's unlikely that you're going to get a COLA on the big plan, because there's not enough money being paid in order to pay out COLAs over time. And in point of fact, this is a wonderful history. If you go to about the late 1990s, and then 2001, 2002, they had their analysts said, oh yeah, you can start paying out COLAs. And so for about 2 or 3 years back then, they paid out COLAs. And then 2 years later, the state of Wyoming had to kick in $150 million to shore it up because his actuaries were wrong. And so basically, you know, we've gotten more and more professional over time on what those actuaries say on how much you got to pay and pay out. But the ultimate issue is, and the reason, by the way, you'll see a bill that's an appropriations bill that's going to come over from the Senate, because it started on that side, that where we increase contributions, half by the state, half by the percent over the course of a year, quarter, so 0.5% over a biennium, to raise that 19.5%, or actually it's 18.6% now, up to 19.6%, to get closer and closer to having a fully funded fund. So at someday, if we have enough money, we may be able to give COLAs, but not until we start paying about 22% of salaries into them. But I mean, it's a continual struggle on both ends of that. I mean, but that's just the hard numbers.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure I understood the answer correctly, and I think I heard it at the beginning of the discussion, that a big portion of this is because we've reduced the amount of employment at the state level with the amount of employees that we actually have. So therefore, we have less employees paying into this pool as a portion of this issue. And then secondarily, it sounds like a portion of the increase in pay that we're going to give employees yet again is going to be offset by a decrease in take-home pay because it's going to be going into their retirement account. Am I understanding that correctly as well?
The answer
Chairman
is,
Nicholas.
Mr. Chairman, the answer is no and yes. The problem is not having less state employees. The problem is each individual employee that we have does not pay a sufficient fund enough to pay full benefits plus pay for a COLA over the course of their remaining lifetime on their mortality studies. The answer on your next question is yes. What we did is, I mean, unless we want to pay for it all and pay for it into perpetuity, should they help pay for part of that, or should we pay for it all? Interestingly, some agencies and some school districts, you know, because they're part of the big plan, they fully pay for their health insurance, or for their retirement, excuse me. But some don't. And that bill will come over here, so you'll have the opportunity to address that issue if you choose, so choose, along with other ways we could spend more money.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up onto that then. So based off of it, let's assume that the bill comes over here. Let's assume that a bill passes this body, gets signed into law, and it goes out like this. What's the actuary say for a fully healthy pension? So I can go home and I can tell my constituents that I'm receiving on a regular basis text messages, emails, calls. Hey, look, I've been retired for 20, 25 years, And I believe the vice chairman has even said something along the lines of having to buy day-old bread and spoiled milk, to feed themselves. It's comical at a point, but I will tell you, I have constituents that are worried about that. So when do we anticipate a fully funded pension to where we can look at doing a COLA?
Chairman
Thank
Nicholas.
you. So there's a couple different answers to that, and one of them is a bill that we have in front of you. It's our actuarial bill that we just discussed earlier this week. That bill will speed up the process, and I think it will be actuarially sound in 26 years. If we don't do it, it'll be about 36 years. But that just gets us to around 90%, 100%. That still doesn't allow you to do a COLA. You have to be about 105 to 115% to do a COLA.
Representative Walters? Anything else? Any other questions on the retirement system, Section 72? Vice Chairman Larson?
So also to the good representative who talked about the contribution side of the employee and the employer. And in the state, we pay a significant portion of the employee's share of the retirement, and we require them to do that too. And so when we talk about increasing the amount of contribution, and we say, so we're going to be taking less money out of the employee's take-home pay and putting it into retirement, that's kind of how it works in savings in retirement, is you have to take from your disposable income and rat hole it to have a retirement in place. The other part that is really challenging for us as we look at this in the impacts is we've got to base how we treat our state employees somewhat comparatively to how the rest of the world treats theirs. And what percentage of the contribution of the employee is covered by the employer. And we have to keep a balance there. And so we try to do that, and sometimes it may, particularly in areas where we have a lot of state employees, that may seem a little unfair and that it's warranted. But as you look across the state, I think the state's retirement reimbursement is very fair.
Any other questions on Section 72, retirement system? Okay. That concludes the explanation of Section 72. Section 72 is closed absent any objection. The next section for explanation is Section 77. Chairman Stith. Oh, sorry, Speaker Pro
Mr.
Tem
Chairman,
Stith. Speaker
you're the
Pro Tem
chairman,
Stith.
Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you. I bring you Agency 77, Enterprise Technology Services. It may seem like we're spending a lot of money in the budget, and you may wonder to yourselves, well, how much money is there? How much money do we have? So without belaboring the point, you've got the goldenrod on your desk. When we started this week, there was about $77 million of funds that we expect to receive that were unallocated. After our actions so far this week, page 3, line 12, there's about $36 million of money that's expected to come in under the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group report, $36 million that's yet unallocated. What happens if we choose to spend more than that? If you choose to spend more than that, then effectively what you're doing is saying that the ending balance of the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account on June 30th of 2026 will just be that much lower. All right, Agency 77, we had a question yesterday about how much money are we spending on all of this information technology stuff. And the answer is across all agencies in the budget.
Question from the Speaker. Speaker Summers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Since you brought up that issue, but as to that, it's not just the LISRA. At the end, you can make a decision on how much money you put into savings as well. Is that not accurate? There's many ways to balance this little thing at the end, so let's be honest with that.
Speaker Pro Tem Stith.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right. The current budget in front of you has a total of $310 million of savings, of which $290 million goes into either the permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund or the permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund reserve account, and then an additional $20 million of savings that goes into the Wyoming's Tomorrow program. So if you reduce those savings, that would be another way to fund additional spending if you wanted to. And the good speaker is absolutely correct about that. Okay, on Agency 77, there was a question yesterday or the day before about how much money we're spending on all this information technology stuff. And the answer is across all agencies, and this shows up in the Section 200s and the Section 400s. If you add all that up together, it's $142,476,882 for those keeping track of how much we're spending on IT. In this particular agency, its budget, as you'll see over on the far right, according to the draft bill, is at $134 million. That's $4.8 million less than the governor recommended, $4.8 million less. So you may ask, what did we cut out? What we cut out, the chief executive in letter number 8 requested 37 new full-time positions, essentially for cybersecurity, with a price tag of 6.8. What the committee has recommended in this budget is to fund 9 rather than 36. That's a reduction of 27. So you'll see on the summary table in parentheses a reduction of 27 full-time equivalents under this proposed budget. Starting with summary note 1, turns out that cybersecurity is really expensive. So you'll see $9.65 million in general funds, of which 1.8 is one time for cybersecurity, separate and apart from hiring the 9 cybersecurity peoples. It just turns out cybersecurity is really expensive. You may wonder, well, how big is this agency? How big should it be? Even adding these 9 positions, you'll see on the summary table, there are 238 total positions, full-time equivalent, 238. By comparison, 10 years ago, there were 288. So if we add 9, we will still have 50 less full-time employees in this agency than a decade ago. Summary note 2 we've covered. Summary note 3. This is $3.6 million of general fund for replacement of so-called unified network hardware, which is coming to its so-called end of life. The unified network, it supplies not only all the computer systems for all the state agencies, but also our K through 12 school system. Most of the next several items, well, I wouldn't say that they're small numbers. The category I would put them all into are things dealing with also cybersecurity issues. So for example, there is a large number here, line 8, excuse me, where's the circuit? Line 8, $5.6 million for enterprise circuit management. Do I really understand what that is? No, I do not. Okay, but our chief information officer, hopefully he does. The idea is, my understanding of this is right now the agencies separately contract apparently for data circuits. This consolidates it into a centralized circuit management program, is my understanding. Goal of that is to have greater security. That's my understanding. The rest of these, although every dollar, of course, is significant, you can see that generally speaking, although I could, if we want to, we could spend a minute on each one of these next 15 different summary notes. The bottom line here is that you're doing upgrades, you're doing IT things. And so the bottom line is we're adding 9 positions, but we're still 50 below where we were 10 years ago. I would stand for any questions.
Any questions for Representative Stitt on Section 77, Enterprise Technology Services? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. Isn't it 10 positions? Maybe I'm wrong. 27 to down. Not that that matters, but what I was wondering with the cybersecurity and the ETS and all of those things, and some of those you said go to schools, or that includes the school districts. Okay, is that any way because they're building schools and doing all that stuff and then tearing down other ones. Are any of those things included in their budgeting or as a line item towards their budget or anything like that? Or how's that work? Thank you.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. The support that this agency gives to the K through 12 system for its IT systems is very substantial and significant. I do not believe that the agency charges the school districts for that service, if that's the question. I don't think so, but it's also my understanding, just from my experience in my own school district, that they do have their own separate IT people. So for example, I believe Sweetwater County School District number 1 has as many as 10 of its own IT people that are not part of ETS, is my understanding. So hopefully, I don't know if that answers the question very well, but that's my understanding.
Any follow-up, Representative Ottman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I was wondering is was there any way to that is shown when it comes from a bureau to where things go? Or is that just a report, or do the districts even report things like that? Because I'm always interested, and we're not there right now, but I'm always interested in finding all of the sources of income for the individual districts.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, so I believe this is a service that's provided, but I don't think, ETS is not writing checks to the school districts. So it's not income that would show up on the school district budget, I'm pretty sure of that.
Representative Ottman, anything else? No? Okay, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question. This particular department has a lot of money for software programs, software updates, licensing, contracts. Can you tell us how many of those contracts and what they are? And if they do this, do they always go out to bid on those contracts? Is there always an RFP process?
If you know, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that there is an RFP process, and for the large projects, it's quite significant that they start with a request for information first and then proceed to an RFP process. Once they select a vendor, if they have maintenance contracts, they may not be bidding the maintenance contracts out because they've already got a service provider that they're using that is supplying the software, is my understanding.
Vice Chair Larson, if you have any clarification on that.
I might just give a little historical perspective on this. And around 2015, 2016, we were, and ETS was fairly new. We've seen a lot of maintenance agreements that had really high escalators in them, 10, 15% annually. And it kind of took us back, and we tasked ETS at that time to get a handle on new maintenance agreements and reduce the ongoing costs. And then where possible, they're able to, I don't think they sole source a lot of those, but a good example of where ETS stepped in and really redirected that, as you'll recall, in YDOT's effort to develop the RIS system. We had to step back a couple of different times to ensure that we had an RFP process that really put that system out there and developed from a number of opportunities rather than maybe one that we perhaps favored or felt most comfortable with. And so this agency's worked over the years to really ensure, because our IT costs now are almost like capital construction costs. They're very expensive, and it does require an RFP process.
Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is on footnote 17. I was just curious about this depreciation reserve.
Representative Stith, do you have any clarification on the depreciation reserve for IT?
Mr. Chairman, so you'll notice that the code here of the $575,000 for the depreciation reserve, it says IS, so that's internal service. And so those are charges between, what that allows is for the agency to replace its own equipment and then charge that for the use that other agencies make of that equipment, is my understanding. And if I might add, because my explanation of the unified network wasn't very clear, the agency, according to the agency, the Wyoming Unified Network Education supports distance learning and classrooms for K-12 community colleges, including access to internal Wyoming Department of Education systems such as email, content filtering, internet browsing, video conferencing, et cetera. And so the network allows the state to take advantage of the latest and next generation technology without having to rebuild infrastructure. So that's what the unified network is.
Any other questions for Representative Stith on Section 77, Enterprise Technology Services? Going once, going twice. Absent objection, Section 77 is closed. The next section for explanation is Section 80, Department of Corrections. Back to Representative Stith. Speaker Pro Tem Stith.
Mr. Chairman, members, I bring you Agency 80, Department of Corrections. This agency, it's a large agency. You'll notice that the total budget is $290 million under this budget proposal. For comparison, the budget that we passed in March of 2020, before the pandemic, was $288 million. So there's been almost no increase in this agency from the pre-pandemic era, which I think is more of a more normal comparison. You'll see on the FTEs, the total FTEs in this, we have added a net of 3 to bring the total to 1,054 employees. That may seem like a lot of employees. It is. 10 years ago, there were 1,284 employees. So in the last decade, this agency has reduced its employees by 234 positions. So there's been tremendous efficiencies. One of the efficiencies in this agency that the current director of the agency has accomplished is to dramatically reduce the number of divisions. It used to be that, for example, a commissary for prisons was in 4 separate divisions because there was a separate one for each of the correctional facilities. That's now been consolidated, for example. You'll notice on the notes, there are a lot of them, 1 through 48. And so I plan to spend about 60 seconds on each one. So, an hour and a half, hour from now, we'll be done. But you'll notice almost all of these notes, what's happening is that we're transferring employees from one prior division to what is now the new division. So you're not having a net add of employees, but there's a lot of taking an employee away from this old division and putting them into a new division. That is most of these notes. Some of the more substantive notes include on line 15, note 15, excuse me, we've added $60,000 of general fund for one at-will employee contract, an AWEC position, to implement the law that we passed last year that helps convicted felons who've had their rights restored to get their gun rights back. You recall that we had to amend our statute to get that done. They're in the process of doing that, and they need another year's worth just to process the paperwork to get that done. Line 6, note 6, we're adding $500,000 for recruitment and retention efforts within the Department of Corrections. So why are we doing that? The vacancy rate in this agency in the last couple of years was extremely high. it was very difficult to get people to serve as correctional officers in Rollins, for example, at the pay scale being offered. Because of the pay increases that were offered, that we approved in the last 2 years, that's been ameliorated to some extent. The trajectory of the vacancy rate, which was way over 20%, is now trending below 20%. However, there's still, the committee thought that it was still worth, because there are very significant vacancies, to have $500,000 for marketing and promotions to be able to pay, for example, authorized moving expenses for people to work for this department. Line summary note 18 is another substantive change. We're adding $250,000. This money actually goes to county jails. Right now, there's an agreement if a county takes an inmate but houses that inmate under one of the various programs, the reimbursement rate, the rate that the department pays to the county jail is $70 per day approximately. This bumps it up to $90 a day. And flipping over the page, we have note 28 is another substantive amendment. It adds $2.7 million general funds for increased medical contract services. So if you're an inmate, you get health care, and it's a single payer system, right? They provide direct medical care there at the facility. You don't get your choice of doctor, but you get a doctor. Coincidentally, it turns out that the average per inmate cost is less than what our employer group health insurance costs for our state employees. So there was a suggestion to send our state employees to the prisons for their health care, but that did not gain much traction in the committee. And finally, another substantive amendment, all of the rest of these basically are transfers of full-time employees among divisions without a change in the funds. And I would stand for any questions.
Questions on section 80, corrections? Vice Chairman Larson.
Mr. Chairman, privilege of the floor.
Let me double check on any more, do you have 5 minutes? Okay, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the bringer. Let me see, on note 16, I was just wondering, because I'm not familiar with this. According to our session laws, chapter 116 related to alternative sanctions, 3.2, what? Thank you.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for that question. I should have mentioned it. That's called House Bill 53, and this was a joint effort, really, by the legislature adopting a suite of essentially reform bills around 2018, 2019, 2020. What this does is, prior to that, we had a relatively inefficient system where if you were on parole and you had a relatively small probation violation or parole violation, you got your probation revoked and you went back to prison, right? And that was very inefficient because it kept our prison population very high. House Bill 53, among some of the other bills, allowed for alternative sanctions. And the idea is that if this person's issue is substance abuse, you get them in treatment. If they're not doing their treatment, you can also do what's called a quick dip and just put them in jail for 3 days, right? Without having to revoke their probation. You put them in jail, you wake them up, you get their attention. And that program has been very effective because our prison population has actually gone down. It's a little under 2,000 inmates right now. Our prison population over the last 5 years, it's both gone down, and our rate of recidivism is also trending down. So this program has been a big success, and it costs about $3.2 million over a biennium to implement. Thank you very much for the question.
Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a quick question. We talk about Department of Corrections here. You mentioned 2,000 prisoners as we speak. Do you know, and it's maybe unfair of a question, what is the cost per incarceration per prisoner per year?
If you know Vice Chairman Larson off the top of your head. Or Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I phoned a friend, and it appears like it's about $140 a day per inmate.
$140 a day per inmate at 2,000 roughly in the state.
365, yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on section 80, we will close section 80 and have a privilege of the floor. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or privilege of the floor. Folks, I'd like to have you turn your attention to the gallery up here on the south. There's two giants up there in my life, two grandsons, Theodore and Frederick Larson from Riverton. I think George might be with them too. And my son, yep, there's George. And I'd like to also introduce my son Zachary and his wife Alyssa. And boys, is your grandma up there too? Yeah, my good wife Becky. Yeah, no doubt. I would just share with the body that I'm a little challenged today. Those two boys had the chance to come here and hear their grandfather stand up and talk to you about the Department of Health or go to the train museum. I lost. I don't understand it, right? Thank you.
Welcome to the House.
So it looks like they got their grandma's hair.
Oh. And we're now at section 81, Board of Parole. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, I bring you Agency 81, Board of Parole. You will notice in our summary sheet that there are almost no changes. Relatively small agency, $1.7 million to cover the costs of the Board of Parole members and what they do. The note 3 is the one budget add to this. We've added $23,000 on a one-time basis to archive and digitize parole board records. I would stand for any questions.
Any discussion on section 81? Seeing none, we will close section 81, Board of Patrol, and go to section 85, the Wyoming Business Council. I get to flip my page. It goes to Representative Sherwood.
Hello, members. Again, if you guys need to get up and stretch, whatever you need to be to do to be an active listener, this is important information. You can, yeah, just listen? Yes. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move section 85. This is the Wyoming Business Council. It is page 35 on your summary sheet and page 61 in your budget bill. The goal of this agency is to empower local control, giving our cities and counties the freedom to develop their unique economies. For 25 years, the agency has worked to create financial and economic independence in our communities by investing in assets owned by the community. These projects have long-term impacts, not just in the creation of good-paying jobs, but also in stable revenue streams that communities use to do their own economic diversification projects with less state support. Note number 1, this is for an additional full-time regional director. Currently, this corner of the state's regional director, which covers 2 of our largest communities with nearly 1/3 of our population, also serves as the statewide regional director as a team leader. One person performing 2 jobs is not sustainable. In order to best support the economic development of this region, an additional position is requested and required. Notes number 2 and 5 on your summary sheet support the Small Business Innovation and Research Match. This provides a state match to federal funds for startup companies who apply for competitive federal funds and use the state money as a match. Since this program was established in 2018, it has created 191 jobs So everybody listening, 191 new jobs since 2018 with an average wage, hourly wage of $26 an hour. We agreed that the need for an additional person to support this high demand, high return on investment program was necessary. So we also agreed with the chief executive's recommendation and reduced the agency's ask from 50 million to 12 million to be more in line with what was appropriated last year. Again, this program helps our Wyoming-based small businesses commercialize new technologies, and I'm happy to go into more detail about the program. Note number 3 is for 1 million in general funds to continue working with economists at the University of Wyoming to ensure the focus of the Business Council is informed by relevant data and analysis. So this takes away the assumptions about what's going to work for economic development and puts it into the realm of hard numbers. Notes number 4 and 6 on your summary sheet are technical cleanups to make the funds one time instead of ongoing, just a cleanup there. Note number 7 is for the continuation of the Wyoming Academy. This is an outgrowth of the Leadership Wyoming model, and it's a program for economic developers to empower them to be able to solve problems in their community on their terms. Notes number 8, 9, and 10 authorize one-time funding to support economic development service agreements with Manufacturing Works, the Small Business Development Network, and the Wyoming Women's Business Center. Footnote number 2 in the budget is a technical correction. This was a typo in the agency's budget request that we corrected during markup. Note number 11 is to continue to help our communities recruit new businesses through coordination with site selection companies, marketing our industrial sites, and for the agency to attend industrial trade shows. In doing this very targeted recruitment, we were able to gain 6 new advanced manufacturing companies, including a firearms manufacturer. Note number 12, we disagreed with the chief executive's denial of one-time funding for the trade office in Taiwan and instead added money back in to keep that office open and help Wyoming companies access international markets for their products. Note number 13 allows the agency to grow our existing ag-based businesses by marketing Wyoming-grown foods and agricultural products online and at special events. I love locally grown foods. Note number 14 is a technical correction to change the source of funding. Note number 15 is federal grant funds awarded to the Business Council to help Wyoming manufacturers promote and export their products to foreign markets. Notes number 16 and 17, we reduced $8 million from the Business Ready Community Grant Program. This program helps create local revenues for our counties and cities, setting them up to fund their own economic development projects through lease payments and sales of property to private entities. So instead of having to come ask the state for more money, our communities are more resilient in generating their own local economic development projects. In the past 4 years, the BRC programs have provided 30% more local revenue recapture than in the prior 4 years. It puts the ability to make decisions about economic development back in local hands instead of at the state level. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just referring to summary note number 1. How does adding this additional regional director benefit all of our communities across the state?
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you so much for that question. So currently, I mean, we're a big state. I think we all understand that. And you have a regional director that's covering, 2, 3, 4 counties. And their goal is to sit down with our economic development leaders and empower them to be able to access, whether it's technical assistance, grants, whatever, to bring into their communities and do economic development on their own terms. When we're short a person or having a person doing multiple jobs, there are communities that are getting neglected. And so as we see emerging industries and growth in the county that is Sweet or up in the up in the Camel County, because of this, the regional directors are stretched thin. They're not able to be boots on the ground, walking alongside our industries and our economic development leaders as our oil and gas industry is growing and there's new uses for our critical minerals. Thank you.
Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a quick question. I apologize for the clarity. You mentioned on, I think, line item 6 or note 6, it was originally $50 million, 50, and it was reduced to 12 million. Is that correct?
Representative Sherwood, is that correct?
I apologize. I'm not sure what line you're on.
Mr. Chairman, that would have been, I believe you noted 6. It was originally 50 million from the Wyoming Business Council and then was reduced based on the governor's recommendation to 12 million. Is that correct?
While we're working on that number, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another couple quick questions as well. We talk about 191 new jobs. I'm just wondering how much money did that cost the state to develop those 191 jobs? And then another follow-up question is, I believe during the supplement budget, we gave the business ready community about 30 million, and just wondering how much of that has already been expended and what do they need more for? So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood, you're welcome to answer some questions.
I'm going to do my best. I am getting a little bit lost with all my paper up here. So again, I ask for grace as I go through this. So I think the question was about the reduction. So the agency asked for an increase in their small business innovation research matching fund program. They asked for 50 million in general funds. The governor denied that and recommended approval of one-time 12 million funds out of LISRA. That was one question. Okay, the other was about how much did the jobs cost? I will probably, hold on.
While we're looking at that information, Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at my summary sheet, under authorized employees, it says 0 across the board, and it's asking for 314,000 for an additional regional director. I know for a fact that there are employees at the Business Council, and I wonder where they're accounted for, if it's somewhere other than here.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you for that question. So the Wyoming Business Council is quasi-governmental, and so their employees are paid out of the 900 series, which is the contract series, not the 100 series for personnel. Thank you.
Representative Vice Chairman Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was hoping to get a little more discussion around, I want to say it's number 17, and looks like it also number 16. You know, what was the thought process in the reduction in money for the BRC? Obviously, this has got a really good track record of getting some of these companies to our communities, certainly in the light manufacturing space. And so what was the thought process there?
Vice Chairman Larson, jump on in.
That money was shifted over to the MRG program. And the governor's trying to figure out how to get the MRG program fully funded. And then we had shifted last year 8 million from the source of funding into the Business Council. And so we took half of that this year from the FMRs, kept 4 million in the BRC program and moved 4 million over to the MRG because remember in the conversation earlier, we had that wonky coal lease bonus thing in there, and it was trying to make sure that the governor's trying to make sure that he had enough in the MRG to meet the anticipated needs.
Follow up, Vice Chairman Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I appreciate that explanation. I guess maybe my follow-up would be, is that the most prudent use of money designated for something designed to have, these significant long-term, positive economic impacts? MRG money is designed for, a structure fire truck is down in a small town, those kind of things, versus shifting that money away from these opportunities or from this fund for opportunities to recruit some of these companies to Wyoming. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is that the most prudent use of that money?
If you disagree with the appropriations recommendations, you have 55 minutes to turn in a budget amendment. Again, 55 minutes for budget amendments, but Vice Chairman Larson would like to respond.
I think that is the question. Brown shoes, black shoes, which are really the best. Brown shoes, black shoes, you may feel one way, the other guy may feel the other. And in this budget, I think the governor and JEC in this position agreed with the governor that moving forward out of the BRC, because they have significant other funds that they have available to them, and I'm moving that over to both the MRG might be a prudent movement. Certainly, opinions could vary on that, right?
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on summary notes 8, 9, and 10, you mentioned that was for economic development purposes. Could you just dive a little bit more into those 3 separate projects and explain what they're trying to do with that money?
Thank you.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you for that question. Okay, so in note number 8, you see that this is funding for the Wyoming Women's Business Center. This organization operates statewide. They have an enormous return on investment ratio in terms of helping women, minorities, and veterans, so don't let the name confuse you, it's more than just women, start businesses. So a lot of our entrepreneurs are homegrown. They're in their garages or their basement or their extra office. And the Women's Business Center gets them access to professional development on how to grow, start a business, how to manage finances through QuickBooks, how to do marketing through social media, how to take your concept to creation. So the business plans that I've seen come out of this program are rock solid, and it is amazing the number of new jobs that this creates. Yep, and the increase there to the 300 was the technical correction. So a 3 got left off of the agency's budget request. So that's why number 8 isn't bold, as we made that correction. And then you see manufacturing works, 9. This is a growing part of our industry. Again, our homegrown manufacturers are popping up all over our community to support our larger industries. And we're bringing in and keeping jobs here in Wyoming instead of outsourcing that overseas. And then the Wyoming Small Business Development Center Network. My favorite thing about these guys is you can go to them and say, I have a concept for a business, where do I fit in the market? And they will provide you with a detailed analysis of who your competitors are, where there's a gap in service in that, and they will help you strengthen your business plan. So if you need to go to a bank for finance, you have all of the data you need to make your case to start your business. I hope that was helpful.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I know that entrepreneurs need startup help. I mean, that's just the way it is. As far as education and business plans and things, that's usually included in that business plan is how they are going to start their business, what they're currently doing, and all those things. With the Women's Initiative or the organization or whatever it is that you were just talking about, aren't those classes available at our local community colleges? I mean, isn't that what they do in the business part of the 2-year schools, is business development and managing and stuff like that? Just question.
Representative Sherwood.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. While there may be opportunities for any of us to attend a community college or the university or school online, this helps those who are less traditional students, right? Think about the young mom at home who, again, is like working, from the living room and wants to go beyond that. Maybe she doesn't have the resources to go to a community college or college. the Wyoming Business Center can work with her in her community or virtually online at no cost to her. So they don't charge a tuition.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions on several different topics. Do you want me to give them all at once or one at a time?
We'll one at a time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first question on item number 6, the $2 million. It was mentioned that this is going to the University of Wyoming. However, in the department's budget request on page 35, it doesn't mention the University of Wyoming, and I know that that there has been a contract with a particular school back east that has done a report for something that I had many people respond to me and say that they don't understand Wyoming. So I'm just curious if that's what this is continuing to fund, or if this does actually go to the University of Wyoming. That's the first one.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the footnote I believe you're referring to is for an agreement between the University of Wyoming and the Business Council for economic analysis services. So this is again like, here's the hypothesis, here's what we're proposing to do. How does that play out with data? Is it actually going to work, and what is the impact to our communities with that program? So this is an agreement between the Business Council and the University of Wyoming to analyze really the work of the Business Council. Thank you.
Representative Hornock, question number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious on number 12. Our chief executive officer obviously had some questions or something about us funding an office on the other side of the world, and didn't see the need. In the total grand scheme of things on our entire budget, it's a small dollar amount. However, if our chief executive didn't necessarily see the need, I'm wondering why this was added back in. Thank you.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that was added back in is the legislature has had opportunity to witness the advantages of having that office, as that area of the world is one of our largest trading partners for our livestock products. And so being able to have that office open and advertising what Wyoming produces in terms of beef and things like that has been invaluable in terms of increasing the overall value of the product leaving the state of Wyoming. And having that person or that office open and a person on the ground over there to explain all that is Wyoming and all of Wyoming's benefits has had invaluable advantages to the state of Wyoming. And so the legislature felt it was important to continue that. It was slowed during the COVID issues era, and so it was time to bring it back, and the legislature felt it was time to bring it back.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last question.
Sorry, Representative Hornock, third question.
I know that this agency in particular has a amazing ability to get the funds out the door. They have done that over the past couple of years. I'm curious if there are any carryover funds from the last previous years and what they're using that for, or if in our current budget, if there are any carryover funds from what we're appropriating here, what they will do with those funds.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. That's something I also was asking the agency, but we won't see the reversions or carryover until the end of the fiscal biennium, which isn't until July 1st.
While we're pondering that, Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to our lovely line 12 there for our sister state across the world. So do we house state of Wyoming employees there? And if so, how many?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do not house state of Wyoming employees there. This is a contract office that we man through a contract position over there on the Asian Pacific side of the world.
Follow up, Representative Wiley.
Yeah, do you know how many employees are in that office over there?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this is a contract, that number of employees ranges because these contract individuals don't necessarily represent just Wyoming. They represent other entities as well, but we pay them to help us as well. So it's not just we're opening an office and hiring one guy or one gal to go fill this desk. It's a business function over there that represents Wyoming through a contract.
Mr. Chairman, one more follow-up question.
Apparently everybody gets three today. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do we have any kind of an estimate on the rate of return on keeping that office open?
Chairman Nicholas, if you know.
So let me help answer the prior question as well. So that pays for office space, phone, secretary for this individual. He only, his only client in terms of this particular international trade office is Wyoming. In the past, I mean, this has only been around for about 4 or 5 years. And when we first did it, it was a result of a trip that was sponsored by this country and brought about 12 legislators plus a governor. We went over and toured, met with them, met with their business markets and things like that. And then there was a subsequent trip by the chief executive, and that evolved into creating this office. And at the time, there are, I think, if you take the surrounding states around us, and about half of them have some type of a business office over there. The issue that we have primarily is that because of COVID, it kind of shut down for a while, particularly over on that side, because everything shut down over there. So the office hasn't been around long enough to really determine whether or not it's an economically viable proposition. And so we said it's too early to pull the string on this because we just need it has a lot more to develop. And so, I mean, we asked the same question, but we said, well, it needs to have enough time to grow and develop before we pull the plug on it. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Section 85 of the Wyoming Business Council? Seeing none, we will close Section 85, Wyoming Business Council, and move to Section 90, Wyoming Energy Authority. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Before you is an explanation of Agency 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority. You can refer to page 36 on your summary sheet, page 63 on your bill. And Mr. Chairman, the Wyoming Energy Authority and members, if you'll remember, it's a combination of what was the Wyoming Infrastructure Authority and the Wyoming Pipeline Authority. And the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's recommendation for their standard budget. And it included $640,000 for to contract for services to hire an oil and gas manager and an energy transportation storage manager. These positions' responsibilities would include advancing the state's interests in oil and gas resources and technology, identifying the strengths and weaknesses, developing strategies for deployment, and coordinating across the various agencies and organizations with the private partners. And that will be seen in summary note number 1. And that sums up the Wyoming Energy Authority, Agency number 90. Are there any questions?
Questions on Section 90? Seeing none, we'll close Section 90, and we'll open the new Section 91, Wyoming Stable Token Commission. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I bring you Agency 91, the Wyoming Stable Token Commission. This is a brand new agency. It was created in March of 2023. The agency ask is $5.8 million, less the unused portion of the $500,000 initially requested. They've only, as of our budget hearings, they'd only used $80,000 of the original $500,000. So there's another $420,000 available, which will be deducted from this 5.8. If you look for further detailed explanation in our budget bill, you'll find there is none. So you may wonder, what's this $5.8 million for? Okay, so here's the plan. The stable token, the idea is that the state makes money off of this. We issue a stable token. We get a real dollar for that. We invest that in securities. We earn in treasuries. We earn interest off of that. We make money on it. And the commission's task is to whatever dollars that are appropriated here, that they are paid back to the state out of the agency's income. So why would this make, so first off, of this requested appropriation, essentially about a little over about 60% is for the professional services to mint the stable token, to actually create it and have all of the consultants and contract service providers create this and do it in a secure way. Why would we do this? Why does this make sense? It's because this would be a stable token, the only one backed by a sovereign government. And so we would have, Wyoming could have first mover advantage, and that's a big deal to have first mover advantage. So on the employment side, the sort of so-called Series 100, the agency with this appropriation would hire 5 full-time employees, Chief Information Security Officer, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, Accounting Manager, Project Manager, and the Executive Director. I would stand for questions.
Madam Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if the $5.8 million is in US dollars or tokens or beef coins? Just some clarification.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, if you're able, if the LSO were able to mint some tokens, we would do that. But for the moment, it's going to be real money.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my understanding during the committee discussion around this topic, and from discussions outside of there, I understand that there are companies out there willing to develop a stable token, and they're willing to do it for $1. So I'm curious why we would need $5.8 million to do something that companies probably might be scrambling to do because of the backing of our state to create this stable token. So, why the $5.8 million and how relevant is this when this can be done, it seems, for much cheaper?
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Again, this is an appropriation. This is not a mandate that they spend $5.8 million. They were appropriated $500,000 initially, and they've only used $80,000 of that. They're conserving their funds. They're putting this out to bid, frankly. They're doing RFIs, RFPs. They're making sure they get the best value. One thing we want to do is quality control. We don't want to make a mistake with this. We don't want necessarily the person who's going to do it for $1 out of their garage. We want to make sure it gets done correctly. But if it's a way to have it done properly and you get a better value, if you get it done for $1, that's great. We're not mandating they spend the money.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we will close Agency 91. Thank you. And open Section 96, the State Budget Department. Chairman Nicholas. State Budget Department, Section 96 of your budget bill, found on page 64. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing you the State Budget Department. It's a fairly simple budget. If these are the folks that put together our budget we have in front of you, and working hand in hand with the governor's office. It used to be within A&R its own. It was not an own division until about 2 years ago, and then we created its own budget department. So if you look at number 1, that's just the IBARS. That's the system that they currently use. Actually, it's an advanced IBARS. where they put the budget together. Next, you have $50,000 one time for the dashboard that put together. Part of that dashboard is what you see, for example, if you go and look at the how all ARPA dollars are being expended. The dashboard is actually quite amazing to watch and to manipulate. They do a nice job with it. And remember, this is a fairly new agency, but a standalone agency. So then they've got two IBARs, the next two, GovsRec on the Association of Budget Officers, and then 500,000 one-time grants management office for flexibility to move 100 series and 900 series. That's because they're doing a bunch of contract services, particularly on the ARPA and some other, the current money management we're doing that we've kind of forced upon them. And so they're just trying to get their feet on the water for taking care of all those accounts. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on that last footnote, I guess I'm kind of curious because I've never seen us have to put language in there to move series money down. It's always been my understanding that directors and the governor have the authority to move from 100 down, and it's always the availability to not move back up. So if I see the vice chairman shaking his head. I'm just curious what that note is and why we're doing that. I understand that there's new agency, but it seems backwards from what I'm used to.
Vice Chairman Larson.
In our budgeting process, there's a pretty distinct line in the sand within the agencies that they can't move 100 series down or 900 series up. We do give some, and you're going to see in the section 300s where we do allow what we call a mini flex to Office of Corrections, Health, and we just added one other in this one to allow that flexibility when they're going, DEQ, thank you, where sometimes they may, particularly in the DEQ is a great example, where if they don't have an employee that can do modeling and they have to contract it out and they don't have it in their 900 series, they could move that 100 series money to do that. So we give them the flexibility to do that. And then you'll also see in the 300 series where we give super flex to Department of Corrections and Department of Health, and they can move that around within divisions and do all sorts of Houdini stuff because of the needs that they have. I mean, they have a three-legged cat that needs attention, they can deal with it, right? Okay.
Okay, further discussion on Section 96 State Budget Department. Seeing none, we'll close Section 96 and open Section 98, the Office of the Guardian Ad Litem. Representative Sherwood.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I move Agency 98. This is found on page 37 of your summary sheet and page 65 of your budget bill. This agency provides attorneys for children in abuse, neglect, and delinquency cases. Through MOUs with 22 counties, they match up to 25% of state funds expended by the agency in their communities. We concurred with the chief executive's recommendations on the agency's standard budget and 2 exception requests. Note number 1 is funding to maintain staff salaries. Note number 2 is funding to cover the increase in cell phone and database charges. Again, our counties contribute 25% of the funds used by this agency. And with that, unless there are any questions, this concludes Agency 98.
Questions on Section 98 of your budget bill? Seeing none, we're going to close Section 98 and open Section 101, the Supreme Court. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and I bring to you the Supreme Court, Section 101. We had an interesting budgetary process with the Supreme Court this time around, which was, we tried to work with them as much as we could, but we didn't come close to providing everything they asked for. But they did ask for quite a bit. And so I'll walk you through some of the stuff that was asked for and kind of roughly what we approved. If you, what's interesting, if you look at the number of employees, you have to realize that the Supreme Court also includes staffing. It includes the circuit courts. So there's the circuit courts all around the state and their staff, as well as the various folks that help the lawyers who work behind the Supreme Court and the administrative arm to administers all of the courts on the circuit courts. And it's a fairly large undertaking. And you look at the budget, roughly $85 million. So going to the number one on the footnote, it was a salary adjustment. This is actually an interesting component of it. So there's the Hay study, and that's the premise basically on which we do our market studies for paying state employees. And when I first came in the legislature, the Supreme Court opted out of being in the Hay study. At the time, they paid almost a little bit more than what they thought was the market. And so that continued for 12 years. And when they did the Hay study just recently, they found out that they were then now underpaying their staff as compared to other state employees. And so that correction is some of the dollars that you'll see walking through this. But so it's bringing various attorneys, lawyers, and circuit court staffing up to market assessment. So and then, now let's just go to, so that's the market adjustment under number one. Number two, it adds $500,000 in 2 full-time equivalents that will be basically appointed for the Chief Justice to fulfill positions that they need. You can see that there were 12 different positions that we denied. And so if you walk through 3 through 12, those are all positions that we basically denied and said, not yet. Then if you go to number 13, this is the Chancery Court that was created by the legislature about 3 or 4 years ago. It is just beginning to have a full docket. It's about ready to get a full-time judge. Right now, you have volunteer judges, basically district court judges around, 2 or 3 of them around the state that are performing that function. And so that is going to be adding in, but we've been funding it, so we're taking carryover those dollars to continue to operate that, and that's located in Casper. Number 14, 75 for the $1,000 for the library. We continually short our law library in the state of Wyoming, and so I always fight to get more, but this is what we came to for the law library. Next, you have the courts rec for a judicial learning center. I don't know if you've been over to the Wyoming Supreme Court. If you go to and you should if you haven't, in the basement where part of the library is, they have a learning center, and that's when they bring kids from all the schools around here and nearby communities to come and look at the Capitol. They also go to the learning center over there, and for anyone that goes in there if they want to learn about our judicial system in the state of Wyoming. That was mostly funded by private dollars, and we did a little bit of matching at the end when we put it in originally. Number 16, we added $700,000 for full-time equivalents for the circuit court positions. They requested, I think, 11 of these positions, and we provided 4 of them. And one in particular, just to give you an example, the circuit court in this county used to have, I forget this number, about 9 employees, and now they have 5.5. So they've actually been robbed of some of their positions and moved around to other parts of the state. So they definitely need to be backfilled. And so our instruction to the courts was, we'll give you a couple now, we'll get you started, let us know how it goes. And if you still need more, you can come back in a supplemental budget for the next biennium. So then going to number 17, $181 million, one-time replacement of 22 copiers. Like I said, this is copiers all over the state, and sometimes they need multiple copiers in different locations. And then we denied the courts rec of $679,000 for full-time equivalents for the first judicial court. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Discussions on section 101, Wyoming Supreme Court. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we are giving we're giving pay increases throughout this budget cycle. The Supreme Court, and many of our colleagues in the room here have to deal closely with the Supreme Court, so they might have difficulty in the way that they vote, but hopefully I do not. So I'm asking the question, but the Supreme Court is getting, from my calculation, on average, 20-25% pay increases across the board. Can you give us a little more justification for that during this process, and what that conversation was?
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I think we have to sit down and do a little bit more math, but I can tell you this. Number one, these pay increases are not for judges. It's just for staffing, because we set the pay raises for circuit court judges, for district court judges, and the Supreme Court judges. They don't have, this particular component does not include any of them. This is just for staffing. So when they first brought this budget request to the appropriations, we sat down with A&I and had them walk position by position through every classification and some reclassification of all those 230 positions roughly that they have. And if you take the exact pay raises that we've given to our state employees 2 years ago and last year, this brings them up to the roughly the equivalent dollar. And so it's no higher or no less than what we've given to the state employees over the same period of time. Other than the ones that were significantly underpaid, meaning that they were like in the 65th or 70th percentile as opposed to 90%. But
I think your mic was off, but you said there is some information online as well for a spreadsheet. Representative Hornock, welcome back. Let's make
Follow-up question on that. So you said that there is no salary increase for judges, but in our budget, there are quite a few footnotes dealing with salary increases for judges. Could you elaborate on your comment?
Go ahead, Chairman Nicholas.
thank you,
although
Mr.
it might
Chairman.
not be
Happily,
related.
yeah. So those are from our last. That's just a carryover from the prior years. So those were put in the budget. There was a bill to modify those by statute. We haven't got there yet. So it's just carrying over what those raises are ones we gave before.
Any further questions on 101 Supreme Court? Seeing none, we will close section 101. And I've been told the majority whip might have a privilege of the floor, but not quite yet, apparently. So we'll await that. We're going to go, in the meantime, to section 102, Board of Law Examiners. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, members, I bring you Agency 102, Board of Law Examiners. We have made no changes to any recommendations. This is just so that the bar exams get graded for everybody. So I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on section 102, Board of Law Examiners? Seeing none, we'll close section 102. And Mr. Majority Whip, at this time, can you do a special presentation on the floor, even though it's not quite done yet? But the floor is yours to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, privilege of the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, you've seen me kind of going around or trying to sign this resolution from the House honoring Sergeant Nevada Krinke. And so I just want to read it real quick for you guys. A joint resolution of the undersigned members of the 67th Legislature of the State of Wyoming honoring the life and service of Patrol Sergeant Nevada Krinke. Whereas Nevada Paul Krinke was born October 15th, 1990, to Wayne Krinke and Sally Shea. And whereas Nevada graduated from Bozeman High School in 2009, joined the U.S. Army to serve his country as a light infantryman during the global war on terror. And whereas Nevada proudly served in the 82nd Airborne, earning the rank of Staff Sergeant, and was honorably discharged in 2017 after 8 years of service. And whereas during his service in the U.S. Army, Nevada earned multiple awards and decorations, including an Afghanistan Campaign Medal with 2 campaign stars, Army Commendation Medal, 4th Award, Army Achievement Medal, 4th Award, Combat Infantryman Badge, and Jumpmaster Wings. And whereas Nevada joined the Sheridan Police Department on October 2017 at the age of 26, and whereas Nevada made an immediate impact on the Sheridan Police Department and Sheridan community through his work as a patrol officer and was quickly promoted to the rank of corporal and then patrol sergeant. And whereas Nevada's leadership set an example for his colleagues at all levels of the department. And whereas Nevada was married to Carla, a corporal within the Sheridan Police Department, and Nevada and Carla recently welcomed their first child, Bella. And whereas Nevada tragically lost his life on February 13th, 2024, while serving the community he called his home. And whereas Nevada's legacy, the Sheridan Police Department and the Sheridan community is integrity, selflessness, and servant leadership. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the undersigned members of the 67th Legislature of the State of Wyoming that on behalf of the State of Wyoming, we hereby honor the life, service, and legacy of Patrol Sergeant Nevada Paul Krinke, signed on the 16th day of February, 2024. So thank you, members, for letting me get that into the record. I will be coming around getting signatures. If I haven't gotten one from you, please do come see me. We'll make sure you to sign this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, committee, we are on to section 103, the Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, members, I bring you Agency 103, the Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics, which deals with judges behaving badly. We've made no changes to this standard budget request, and we definitely need this agency. It's extremely important to fund this. Thank you. I would stand for questions.
Any questions on judicial conduct and ethics, section 103? Seeing none, we will close section 103. For members, if you have not reviewed your budget bill thoroughly, we're going to have a couple of motions at the end to approve certain sections as groups that don't have changes or money. So we're actually going to jump all the way in your budget bill to section 151, the District Attorney of the First Judicial District. And that agency will be brought to us from Representative Henderson. We are now on page 80 in your budget book, section 151, District Attorney Judicial District number 1. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring Section 157, District Attorney Judicial District Number 1, which is here in Cheyenne, Laramie County. Please refer to page 49 on your summary sheet and page 80 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, in Program Administration, JAC adopted Governor's recommendation for the following: $119,821 for salary adjustments, $372,279, of which $2,499 is general fund. This is one time, and one FTE position for an attorney. $14,520 for ETS telecommunication devices, $25,295 for salary adjustments, $76,913, increase of one FTE position and decrease of one at-will employee contract, AWAC position to convert an AWAC position to an FTE. Are there any questions?
Any questions on section 151, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 1? Seeing none, we'll close section 151, open section 157, the District Attorney of Judicial District Number 7, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring section 151, District Attorney, Judicial District Number 7, that's in Natrona County up in Casper. Please refer to page 49 on your summary sheet and page 80 and 81 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, in Program Administration, JAC adopted Governor's recommendations for the following: $108,578 for salary adjustments, $0. This is kind of confusing, but basically what they're doing is they're accounting for a change to change the funding source to 2 victim witness advocates from special revenue to general funds. A $223,200 and 1 FTE position for the high-intensity drug trafficking area agent, $73,000 for the e-prosecutor contract, $12,265 one-time for IT hardware replacements, $5,697 for a software license. Are there any questions?
Questions on section 157, Judicial District 7? Seeing none, we'll close section 157, open section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I bring section 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys. Please refer to page 50 on your summary sheet and page 81 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, in Program Administration, JAC adopted Governor's recommendation for $6,296,656 general fund for this section's standard budget. There were no exceptions. Are there any questions?
Any questions on this section? Seeing none on section 160, we'll close section 160. Members, stay with me. We're going to jump all the way from 160 to section 205, Education School Finance, found on page 81 of your budget bill. To present section 205, Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bring you section 205, Education, which is found in your budget pages 81 through 83 and on your summary sheet on page 50. This agency is sometimes referred to as the one that has the pocketbook for education, as it has a total budget of about $1.85 billion. So looking at note number 1, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $136 million and the superintendent's letter number 1 for a reduction of $600,000 for a sustained external cost adjustment for the biennium cost of $135,400,000 to the Educational Resource Block Grant Model for the years 2024 through 2025, and added footnote number 1. In the same note, number 1, JAC adopted the superintendent's letter number 1 of a reduction of $31,231,787 to the account for a net reduction in the years 25 through 26 entitlement payments of a reduced $3,431,787 and recaptured revenue of $27,800,000. In note number 2, JAC adopted the governor's letter number 1 of $1,700,000 for the projected K-12 funding special education reimbursement obligations. Note number 3 is money for the teacher stipends. 4 through 6, these are all budget alignment adjustments. So it's a net to zero transfers from one unit to the other. And Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, we will close section Education School Finance 205 and open 206, the Wyoming Department of Education. Please welcome back Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 206, the Department of Education's is located on your budget bill on pages 83 through 85 and on page 81 of your summary sheet. So JAC added footnote number 1 located on your budget bill, page 83, to indicate that the Department of Education shall maintain equivalent support to school districts for applied agricultural and farming programs during the 25-26 biennium, as was in the 23-24 biennium. JC added footnote number 5, authorizing the agency to expend up to $50,000 from any agency appropriation and requiring matching funds for the purposes of processing donated Wyoming meat for school lunches during the next 2 years. And then looking down to note number 6, JAC added $260,000 for one-time equivalent position, and footnote number 2 for increasing staffing for that finance unit. Note number 7, JC added $33,476 general fund and added footnote number 3 for increasing compensation and employer-paid benefits for 2 positions in the finance unit. And down to note number 11, JAC added $100,000 general fund and footnote number 4 to provide support to the Wyoming Girls State and Wyoming Boys State for civic education. And note number 12, JAC added $496,008 general fund and 2 full-time equivalent positions for the deaf and hard of hearing outreach service and added footnote number 6. The last item that JC adopted is for a technical correction addressing note 15 to reduce $1,374 special revenue for the 300 series cost allocation. I would make a little correction. I should have mentioned they are notes number 1 and notes number 5 as compared to footnotes, and I apologize for that. I'd like to note that most of the other governor's recs that JAC adopted were simply addressing budget alignments. And Mr. Chairman, I stand for any correction or any comments or questions.
Any questions on Section 206, Wyoming Department of Education? For the first time in a decade? Apparently not. We'll close Section 206, Department of Education, and open Section 211, Board of Equalization. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before us, friends, is Section 211, the Board of Equalization. You can refer to page 52 in your summary sheet, page 85 in your budget bill. And the Board of Equalization has 2 primary missions, which are set out in the Constitution and through statute. First, the board adjudicates taxpayer appeals from decisions of the Department of Revenue, Department of Transportation, and appeals from the 23 county boards of equalizations. Second, the board evaluates the performance of county assessors using procedures established by statute. Additionally, the board reviews all local and state valuations and levies, including mobile machinery levies. The board also verifies the necessary school foundation levies with the state auditor and the state treasurer. Mr. Chairman, the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted the Chief Executive's recommended budget of $1.75 million, including $35,000 to reclassified board members and staff positions. These changes were done based on additional responsibilities absorbed by the existing staff due to the reduction of 2 positions in the last few years. That is noted in summary note number 1. The agency's TRP request is $9,800, as seen in summary note number 2. And Mr. Chairman, that is the summary of what occurred for Agency 211-211, Board of Equalization. Are there any questions?
Questions on Section 211? Vice Chairman Larson? Nope. Sorry, can't tell from this angle. All right, we will close Section 211, Board of Equalization, and open up Section 220, the Environmental Quality Council. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go to Section 220, the Environmental Quality Council, found on page 52 of the summary sheet, and there's 3 notes on this. The first 2 are dealing with IT requests, one-time funding for a docket system, and then the one-time funding for replacement computers. Note 3 is we adopted a technical correction similar to what we done in YDOT, where the wrong number for the requested or the amount requested for the computer replacements were, and we adjust that appropriately. And so if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions on section 220 EQC? Seeing none, we'll close EQC section 220 and open section 270, the Office of Administrative Hearings. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you all, keeping you on your toes. I'm back here. Mr. Chairman, this is Agency 270. It's found on page 52 of your summary sheet and page 86 of your budget bill. This agency is charged with conducting fair and impartial contested case hearings between Wyoming residents and business entities against Wyoming's governmental agencies. The agency does not receive general funds, but covers their costs by collecting hearing fees from agencies, which primarily are through workforce services and the department that assures us that we can transport ourselves around the state. Their standard budget is unchanged. JAC adopted their one exception request for technology replacement. You guys could guess that, right? So unless there are questions from the floor, I will.
You'll defer. Great. Any questions on section 270, the Office of Administrative Hearings? Seeing none, we'll close that section. Now we have a couple of interesting motions for process. So first, Representative Stith, we're going to move a whole lot of sections at once, but the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, absent objection, I bring to the Committee of the Whole consideration of 26 district courts as a block. Each district court is its own agency and is comprised of a judge and staff. They are generally funded, do not have any exception requests beyond their standard budgets. This would include sections 120, District 1A, 121, District 1B, 122, District 2A, 123, District 2B, Agency 124, which is 3B, Agency 125, 3A, Agency 126, which is Judicial District 4A, Agency 127, Judicial District 5A, 128, which is 5B, 129, 6A, 130, 7A, 131, 7B, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 141. Any questions?
Are there any questions in those sections? Seeing none, we'll close all of those sections at once and assume them passed. Two other motions for the remainder of the boards, commissions, and separate operating agencies before us, if you'd like those as well. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, absent objection, I bring to the Committee of the Whole consideration of the following boards and commissions as a block. These boards are funded exclusively with special revenue and do not have any exception requests beyond their standard budgets. This would include sections 12, architects and landscape architects, 17, radiologic technologist examiners, 18, real estate commission, 22, board of respiratory care, 28, Board of Registration and Podiatry, 30, chiropractic examiners, 34, dental examiners, 35, funeral service practitioners, 36, Board of Midwifery, 43, Dietetics Licensing Board, 56, Board of Examiners in Optometry, 58, Board of Speech Language Pathology and Audiology, 59, Board of Pharmacy, 61, Board of Certified Public Accountants, 62, Board of Physical Therapy, 64, Board of Hearing Aid Specialists, 65, Board of Athletic Trainers, 78, Mental Health Professions Licensing Board, 79, Board of Nursing Home Administrators, 83, Board of Occupational Therapy, 84, Board of Professional Geologists, 251, Board of Veterinary Medicine, 252, Board of Acupuncture. Any questions?
Any questions in those sections? All right, third time's a charm, Representative Stith.
And Mr. Chairman, that leaves 9 boards and commissions with exception requests the committee could take as we come to them numerically, but they include these following sections, but there's not much going on in these sections, okay? Thank you very much. We have 16, Board of Barber Examiners, 19, Professional Teaching Standards Board, 33, Board of Cosmetology, 38, Wyoming Gaming Commission, 46, Wyoming Combat Sports Commission, 52, Board of Medicine, 54, Board of Nursing, 68, Board of Psychology, and 75, Board of Outfitters and Guides. These do have exception requests, but believe me, there's nothing dramatic going on, but happy to talk about the Wyoming Combat Sports Commission if you would like.
I think that was my bill way back with them. Steph, any questions in any of those sections that do have small exception requests, but not major enough to discuss without questions? Seeing none, we'll consider all of those approved. So at this point, body, we're going to jump to page 101 of your budget bill and start what we affectionately know as the section 300s. First, section 300, the budget balancers and transfers. Representative Walters, do we? Let's take a short pause to determine where we may have missed an agency. The next section for our consideration is going to be section 57, found on page 92 and 93 of your budget bill 39. We believe it's section 38, the Wyoming Gaming Commission, which is new to us this year. Section 38 can be found on pages 92 and 93 of your budget bill and page 57 of your summary sheet at this time. To present that section, Representative Zwanitzer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, so I won't rename those numbers of pages. Does everybody have them? Good deal. So I'd just like to start on the footnotes, and I think there's a couple of important ones, or sorry, on the notes. So the first note, JEC adopted a $200,000 special revenue and added footnote number 1, requiring a statewide study of the gaming in Wyoming. Note number 2, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $157,322 of special revenue, of which $2,324 is one-time and 1 full-time equivalent position for the office support specialist. Note number 3, the JEC adopted the governor's rec of $57,396 and 1 temporary part-time equivalent position for a track licensing clerk. Number 4, JEC adopted the governor's rec of $216,047, of which $3,471 is one-time and 1 full-time equivalent position for the gaming compliance senior inspector. Note number 5, JEC adopted the governor's rec of $13,943 for TRP. Now, this is where you might want to keep your ears open because there's some significant numbers here. Number 6, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $28,465,713 for cities, towns, counties, distribution to reduce the number of B11s needed during the biennium. Note number 7, I'll get this straight by the end of the day. JAC adopted the governor's rec of $14,288,764 for the breeder award payments to reduce the number of B11s. Note number 8, JAC adopted the governor's rec of $12,604,412 for skill-based amusement game distribution to reduce the number of B11s. Number 9, they adopted the governor's rec of $2,387,516 for online sports wagering transfers to reduce the number of B11s. Number 10, JAC adopted the governor's rec of a reduction of $3,129,471 for reorganization of the Wyoming Gaming Commission budget. And number 11, JAC adopted the governor's rec of a reduction of $7,823,679 for reorganization of the Wyoming Gaming Commission budget. And I believe we've mentioned several times about the B11 process. So this just lets them deposit money as they go. And I stand for any questions.
Questions on Section 38, the Wyoming Gaming Commission? Seeing none. We'll close Section 38, and now we will jump to the Section 300s, which are located on page 101 of your budget book. First up to present Section 300, the balanced budget balancers, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Starting with Section 300, subsection A, this allows the Chief Financial Officer the ability to transfer funds as needed for cash flow needs throughout the biennium. This has been in every budget for probably the last 40-plus years and has never been utilized, but it is also a great safeguard. Again, it's just for cash flow needs. Subsection B is $152 million, and this represents the statutory reserve amount. That's 5% of the general fund forecast revenue. Subsection C is a transfer of general funds to SIPA in that amount. Subsection D is $100 million general fund to the Wyoming Permanent Mineral Trust Fund corpus, and that amount is effective immediately. Subsection E is $190 million general fund to the PMTF Wyoming Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account, again, effective immediately. And the purpose of this is to get that reserve account to 5X, as we've been discussing. That's the best way we can make Wyoming dollars work harder for Wyoming people. And so that's the goal of getting those reserve accounts to 5X. Moving to subsection F, $200 million school foundation program account into the large school capital construction holding account that is hereby created. And so why does it come from the school foundation program account? A year ago, we passed a bill that moved the school capital construction account into the school foundation program account. So all education, whether it be capital construction or just basic education, is all coming from the school foundation program account. So there's not two separate accounts. So that's why you'll see that in that regard. Subsection G is $200 million school foundation program account to the Common School Permanent Fund Reserve Account. Again, this is to achieve that 5X so that we can make these dollars work harder for the Wyoming people and the Wyoming school children. Subsection H is $20 million general fund to the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund. This will bring the fund balance to approximately $50.5 million. And why is that significant? And it's because the statute said that no scholarships can be given out of this fund, and the scholarships will all be generated by the revenue, the investment revenue off of the fund, but none can be given until the fund reaches the $50 million mark. So this fully funds the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Fund and will allow it to then start paying out scholarships starting most likely in about a year and a half from now. Excuse me. Moving on to subsection J, this is $16.9 million, and I'm rounding there, general fund to water account number 1. This fully funds the state engineer's office, and this amount is effective immediately. We heard in the state engineer's office discussion, the Board of Control is paid through Water 1, and so then this comes back and pays essentially the Board of Control, but does it by refilling the Water 1 account. And so Water 1 is fully funded and the Board of Control is funded that way. So it works quite smoothly. Subsection K, $10 million general fund to the Wyoming State Museum construction account that is hereby created in this section. Subsection M, $2.3 million, again rounded, general fund to the Capitol Square Preservation Account for the purpose of bollards out in front of the Capitol, acquisition of maquettes, and acoustical remedies and improvements throughout our fine Capitol building as well as the Hersler buildings. It's essentially the entire Capitol complex. And then subsection N, $5.8 million general fund to the stable token administration account. And this ensures that there's not more than 5.8 million in the account, so that previous dollars revert and then we fund it back to this total dollar value. And then secondly, this allows the stable token to be able to repay the general fund as the stable token itself creates revenue for the state of Wyoming. And so that's why we have it back here in this subsection, as well as the Agency 91, where we discussed it a minute ago, but that's the purpose of putting it here, is allowing the repayment to come back to the general fund. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, that is the explanation of the Section 300 of the budget. And with that, I'd take any questions if there are any.
Questions on Section 300? If you're wondering what a maquette is, on line 7 of page 103, it's a small statue. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question about the school capital construction account being created with $200 million in it. Last session, we passed a bill that deleted the school capital construction account and merged it with the school foundation program account, whatever that account is really called. Why? And that was passed through a bill and passed this House, passed the Senate, was signed into law. And now we're creating another school capital construction account. I don't understand why that is happening. Could you explain the impetus of that?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's a wonderful question. A couple clarities. This is the large school capital construction holding account. The previous account was school capital construction account that was utilized for all school capital construction. The intent of this really, and the vision of this, is to be a short-term savings account that we hope to fill over the next 2 to 3 years, this year and the next couple years, as funds hopefully would become available. And then the anticipation is these funds will be expended out of that account. As the School Facilities Committee has noted, there are 3 large high school projects that are going to be needed within probably the next 6 years or less, 7 years or less. Here in this fair city, over in the area where the water is sweet, as well as up in the area where the camels roam. And those are going to cost in the neighborhood of $150 to $200 million each. That's what it costs to put that much square footage on the ground, and it's a big number. And so the goal of the Appropriations Committee was to start saving for these large school projects separately, so that when they do come forward, there's not as great a hit to the School Foundation Program budget, because this year the School Foundation Program does have a little excess money. And so to take advantage of that by putting it away to plan for future construction that we see on the horizon, and we see it on the horizon as a good thing, because that means these communities are growing, the students are growing, or the student population is growing, and the need is certainly there to build these new schools, as well as the fact that these schools are becoming aged and getting to a point of being towards the end of their useful life. And so the point is to create a short-term being 6 to 8 years, holding account to build up some savings to be able to address these large school needs in terms of capital construction.
Further questions on Section 300? Vice Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes along with that same line of conversation. It's my understanding that we have a school facility commission, that they annually go out and they prioritize the schedule of projects for maintenance and construction. And they call it, I think, the Mercer most cost-effective method of remediation. And supposedly they put out a report and prioritize all these projects. And I may be mistaken, but that's my understanding, is they prioritize it. And so we get a list of priorities, but then the governor or the legislature can change that list, it's my understanding. And on page 129 of the budget bill, it looks like that's what's happened. We had the priority from the School Facility Commission, priority 1, 2, and then a governor priority. And then on the next page, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a legislature priority for one of those schools. So my question is, how is that decided to move these things up and down on this list? We spend $1 million a year for this Mercer report, for this capital construction contractor to come in and evaluate. They go to all these schools and evaluate based on engineering criteria and everything that we've given them. And then we move schools up and down on the list. And I just want to understand how we do that and what's the reason for doing that.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we can get into this more when we get to section 313 on the school capital construction side, but it's a good primer as we start right now. So first off, we spend about $4 million as statute requires us to go out and study every school building, every ancillary building, every 5 years. So we did that. We have funded that about 2 years ago. We put out an RFP. We hired a contractor to do it. They went out and studied it about 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago. Over the summer, this last summer, the report came back in to start to establish the new list. The state was behind on our list. Our previous study had gone out in 2016, I believe it was. And if we're supposed to do it every 5 years, obviously, it's really 4, but you do it commission it on year 4, do it in year 5. So it works out to be 5 years. So we have the new list. The recommendations that you'll see in section 313 are based on that new list. Now the commission gets the list, takes all the input, then evaluates everything statewide and starts to work through how they want to do it. Once a school is then, or a district is selected for a remediation of some kind, then you go in and do the most cost-effective remedy study, which is the next step. That's the Mercer study. And so that looks at a school or an ancillary building and says, is it cheaper for us to remodel and add on, or is it cheaper for us to replace and build new? And what would be the steps of doing each of those options? And that's where the Mercer, the most cost-effective remedy study, comes into play. So then how do we get to the next step? And it relates back to subsection F, that is really where we're talking in section 300. And that's this $200 million to start saving to build these large schools around the state of Wyoming. And you'll notice in section 313, there's about $20 million to begin the design for these large schools, that this section F, $200 million, is being set aside for construction in the future. So I hope I was able to walk through the entire process of how this all works out there.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Apparently not, as more people are at the mic for questions. Vice Chairman Heiner, go ahead.
Yes, just to follow up, I appreciate the explanation. That helps out a lot. In that Mercer study, if there's surrounding schools in the area that are not as enrollment isn't as high, do we look at also changing some school boundaries or busing rather than just building a school in that one spot? Just a question.
Representative Walters, if you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's a great question. And that's really where local control comes into play. And so the district gets to decide their school configuration models. We have decided that, as we hear the good chairman that sits up here in the front of the room say oftentimes, those individuals on the school board run in elections far larger than any of us do. So that as it becomes, their school configuration is a local control decision. And so they decide if they want 5 K-12s, 5, 6s, triad systems, busing folks all over town, they decide that. However, when it comes to the capacity study, capacity is done on a district basis, not on a school-by-school basis. So you can have in districts a school that is well over capacity and a school in the same district that is under capacity, but because capacity is determined on a district basis, that is all averaged out to where a school is unable to do what some may try to determine as game the system, because it is still calculated on the district level, not on the school-by-school level. Hopefully that answers that question. I see the good representative nodding, so I think I'm getting to the core of his question, getting some answers out there.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have in my hand 3 reports that somebody gave me, which is wonderful, and I would like for everyone in the body to have one. It's a School Facilities Commission annual report, capacity rankings, report on condition rankings, and condition rankings for non-education buildings. But I don't know where this came from. Can you explain to the body where this can be found?
Go ahead, Representative Walters. I guess that's not a prop, it's a question more on those forms, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, if it ended up on your desk, it fell out of the sky, because I don't know who put it there. But as to where the information on that report came from, if that's the question you're asking, that information came from the report that I was referencing a few minutes ago. It was about 2 years ago, this body appropriated funds, as statute requires, to go out and hire, through an RFP process, a consultant that went out and physically toured every single school building, ancillary building, every school facility in the state of Wyoming. They looked them up and down, sideways, every way you can imagine, and determined how well they're built, what's their life, and they look at it all the way down to the granular component level. So they say, this building has great bones, is doing a really good job, but the roof is going to be a problem in the next 5 years. The boiler is going to be a problem in the next few years. Could be a great building, but the windows are really terrible and it's costing us a tremendous amount of money heating and cooling the building, whatever it might be. That's what creates this report, is when that consultant goes out and does all of that and creates the ranking. And you'll notice a lot of the schools on the lower end of that ranking, lower meaning best condition, are our newer schools. And in 20 years ago, when the state took over building schools, we had a clause in statute that said we wouldn't fund any major maintenance on new schools for the first 7 years. We took that out of statute several years ago, and what we were experiencing is school districts, because they couldn't do it in the first few years, the assumption being it's new, what major maintenance would you be? By the time year 7 hit, they were behind the 8 ball in keeping up with maintenance on that building. And so we calculate 2% of the cost replacement value. We'll discuss all that later. But we do that to allow for those buildings to be maintained from day one, so that we can get the longest life out of every single one of these school buildings or ancillary buildings out there. So that's how the information on that report was created. As to where any of us can find it, it's on our website, but I would have to spend a few minutes to figure out where we go through and get it. You can also ask the good chairman of transportation, as he is also the chairman of the school select committee on school facilities, House side. He would be able to tell you where to find it on our website, but I know that information is on our website as well.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on the line with the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Endowment Fund. I may have this wrong, but I was under the impression that is somehow a partnership with industry. I don't remember if I have the right one. My question is this: so how does that partnership work? I'm just curious. I noticed we put money in there before, put money in there again. Just want to understand that. If it's not, well, my mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the question that was asked about the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. And first, I'm going to back up a little bit and say it will be easier, members, if you transition from your summary sheet to your full budget bill at this point, because the notes in the summary sheet are very hard to track on the Section 300s versus the information you will find in your full budget bill. Welcome to do it however you want, but I would recommend moving to your full budget bill versus your summary sheet. So to the question about the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, this is really both traditional and non-traditional type students working to get a degree of higher education. And in that, there's no, I wouldn't say industry partnership requirement necessarily, but we have learned that industry is happy to partner with our community colleges and with our university to provide these jobs that are more career-oriented that you might see out in the world. And that's where the partnership comes in. It's really not a one-to-one or anything of that nature, but it's because the scholarships are for the student themselves, not for the institution to provide the education. And so in that regard, that's why I say it's more of a non-traditional type model, but it's been very beneficial. We created the program probably 4 years ago. We started filling the account at that time. It's been slow to fill. And then last year, because we had high hopes for what we could do in the future, we did a little kickstart program with it, and we put money directly into the scholarship side of this and started it out with this. As I said, with this contribution to the fund, we will now be at the $50 million required so that the fund will start creating the scholarships on its own, and will continue to add greater educational opportunities for all of the people of Wyoming, not just our young folks. And I think the confusion may be the governor's initiative on the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, which is a lot more, it's also education related, but it's a lot more industry demand driven and partnerships in that regard. So there may be a little confusion in those two different programs.
Still on Section 300. Any further questions? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification first, Section 321, am I reading that right? We are bumping that up from 50 million to 55 million, so there's not there on that. Okay. 300s, not 300. Okay, hang on.
I think you got your question answered, Representative Hornock, it appears. Any further, Representative Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a quick note on 300K. I know you hit it, and I'm sorry, just a little bit of detail on that. 10 million for the State Museum construction account. If you can give me a little summary of that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The State Museum, Wyoming State Museum construction account, and so the state, well, let's see, our top 5 electeds create a board that handles approving and reviewing state construction projects as a whole. And one of the proposals that came before that group this last year was a proposal to build a new Wyoming State Museum. We have one just across kitty corner across from the Capitol here currently that is a little undersized to share all of Wyoming's great history and great things that a museum would share and have out for exhibits. And so the proposal was for about $160 million to build a new state museum. As you can imagine, that's quite a price tag to swallow, $150–60 million new museum. And so it was not accepted and not pushed forward. But the idea and the need is certainly out there. So in subsection K of section 300, this $10 million creates a savings account for a construction of a new Wyoming State Museum at some point in the future, and puts in the first $10 million to initiate that savings account. We have other savings accounts going for these kind of projects. In particular, the penitentiary savings account. We put about $10 million annually into that account, knowing that at some point in the next 15 years or less, we're going to need to build a new state penitentiary over in the fine city in the south central part of the state where we have the current constitutionally mandated penitentiary. So we create these savings accounts looking forward, knowing what some of our big construction projects may be for the state of Wyoming in the future, so that we don't have to fund them all at that point in time, but rather have been preparing for it. This fine building in the Capitol complex, the legislatures before my time started saving so we could do the renovations and make this Capitol complex what it is today. So on day one, when we started that project, it was 100% paid for. And that's what this kind of a thing, this savings account will do, is to be able to have money set aside so at some legislative session in the future, when it's decided it's time to go forward with a new Wyoming State Museum, the funds are there and it can move forward. And so that's the purpose behind subsection K in section 300.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. And just to follow up on a little more background information on that, the proposal to build a new state museum was actually evolved out of our last budget. The legislature passed to retain an entity to do an evaluation and a proposal on building a state museum I don't know if you've been to the one over in the Emerson Building. It's not really a museum. It's just got one floor of displays. We have a warehouse on the other side of the interstate. 97% of the artifacts that we have are stored in that warehouse. So the report that came out and the price tag that was just discussed was the construction of a new building. And currently, we're looking at 3 or 4 different locations for a potential new museum. One is in the parking lot that's just immediately east of the Capitol, which we call the St. Mary's. That's where St. Mary's used to be, is one location. Another location is on the other side of the parking garage, where we have that whole, that's almost 2.5 blocks uninterrupted. That's another location. The other option that this study looked at, and that study is available on the Parks and Rec website if you want to look at it, looks at expanding the Emerson Building. And so those are the potential sites. There's a group that's called the Capital Master Planning Group that is looking at how we expand and if it's going to be placed on the Capitol Square area, what it would be and what it might look like. So there's different components of this moving forward. And so the concept is that the proposed construction was roughly around 60 to 65 million. The other half of that basically are all of the components to it. And it also, the whole project then enveloped all of the county and city museums around the state so that they create a statewide network of exchanging artifacts and creating websites, all that kind of design. So it's an integrated process for most of the public museums. And that's just but that was just a level 1 kind of outline of what it may happen. It's all down the future, but once again, we're saying, well, it's something we're going to look at. It would be a really asset to the state, and we have assets actually in that building that are deteriorating because it's not sufficient for controls, temperature, all those things for those artifacts. And there's just lots of components, and so this is just the beginning of saving the money for the potential of that to happen in the future.
Any other questions on the Section 300s? Or just Section 300? We have many more to go. All right, moving, we're going to close Section 300, open Section 301. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm testing out all the mics today. I move Section 301. This is on page 103 of your budget bill. And again, it is much easier to follow along in the document. This is another tool that is best practices for accounting in terms of cash flow. It has never been utilized, but it serves as a backstop for the auditor to, again, manage cash flow. In A, it says the auditor can borrow from our LISRA, and this is limited to the revenue forecast, but borrow funds to ensure that the state can pay its bills. Any amount borrowed is then repaid when sufficient general funds are available. So as an example, this provision protects the state if the federal government shuts down or defaults on a payment. For example, our Department of Transportation could continue to work and complete construction projects without being impacted by the shutdown. On paragraph B, this allows the chief executive to borrow up to 20 million from the LISRA to fight wildland fires in the event that our state forestry division reserves are not enough, and Homeland Security's reserves are not enough, and the chief executive's special contingency budgets have been depleted. So for example, this can be used as a revolving loan when the feds are slow on paying their bills and keep us afloat for 12 to 24 months and make sure that the state is able to pay for any wildland fire expenses.
Questions on Section 301? Seeing none, we'll close 301 and open Section 302. Representative Henderson, talk about ADM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring Section 302. Please refer to page 65 of your summary sheet and page 104 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, JAC added Section 302 for the purposes of funding schools which changes average daily membership for public schools from 80% to 75% for the 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026 school years. Are there any questions?
Any questions on EDM? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wish I had time to get to other mics like the good representative that was here before, but so I'm wondering if this is common. In section 302, it references state statute 2113-101, the definitions, and it changes that state statute. And so why isn't this a bill, a standalone bill? Why is it here in the budget? Because it seems like we're kind of enacting legislation in our state statute here in the budget bill. So could you please explain that?
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take a shot at it. What this does is it'll make it available an additional 24.8 hours per school year at school districts that use a block grant funding model. What this means, it'll allow better use and opportunity for student and teacher time and their class schedule over the year. I'll turn it over to my friends for the rest of it.
Vice Chairman Larson.
Generally, when we, and to the point, and one of the things that we do have to be careful of in the budget bill is we're not changing the green books, right? And typically when we do a bill and change state statutes, it's intended to be for forever, I guess we'll say. This is intended to make a change for a short period of time. That's why it's allowed in the green, or in the budget bill.
Any further discussion on section 302? Seeing none, we're going to close 302 and open section 303 on carryover appropriations. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be on basically page 105 of your budget bill. And what this section does takes care of carryovers. And carryovers are money that has been appropriated in prior sessions, and maybe all of that money has not been spent, and there's some money left over. So what most of these do, not all of them, but what most of them will do is just simply let a project that's going forward have a chance to finish in this next session. So as we look at number A, this funds about the governor's office. It's $1,250,000, or as much there as is available, and that's the catch, whatever happens to be left of that, shall not revert on June 30th, 2024, and is hereby reappropriated to the governor's office for one or more at-will employee contract positions to enhance the state's opportunities to secure infrastructure grants. That might be termed as a grant writer. Or writers. Sorry, I've got to turn the page. On number B, this funding is governor's office about disaster contingency, and up to $1,348,773, or what's important, or as much thereof as is available, shall not revert on June 30th, 2024, and are hereby appropriated to the governor's office for disaster contingencies. On number C, this is for the public defenders for court-ordered capital case funding, and this is for $1,062,500, or as much as available, shall not revert on June 30th, 2024, and is hereby reappropriated to the Office of the Public Defender for purposes of court-ordered capital case funding. The next one has to do with the same thing. The funds from the public defender, it's $187,500 special revenue or as much as still available shall not revert. And once again, it goes for the purposes ordered capital case funding. Number E has to do with the construction department fund, and it's for an acoustical study, and it's up to $1 million, or as much thereof is available shall not revert on June of 2024, and are hereby reappropriated to the State Construction Department to complete an acoustic study and implementation of remedies for the Capitol building and extension from the Capitol building to and under the Hersler building. Then we go over to number F. I am now on page 108. This has to do with the college insurance program. And if you remember when I presented the community colleges this morning, I mentioned the fact that there was items like 3 through 9 that were denied by the governor, and we also agreed with that recommendation. But as we were able to get some further information, we have possibly supplied some funding to meet that need. And this comes out of the college health insurance premiums that they're paying, and it's up to $912,237, or as much therein as is available, shall not revert in June of 2024, and it's hereby reappropriated to the Wyoming Community College Commission, and for the following purposes. And as you go through III, triple I, and IV, and V, and VI, and VII, you will see that those all match up with those requests that both the governor and JAC denied. On page 109, we're in the middle of the page with number G, and this has to do with the Chancery Court, and up to $947,048 shall not revert in June, and is hereby reappropriated to the Supreme Court for the Chancery Court. And I believe, let's see, we do have H at the bottom of the page. It is for the University of Wyoming, and it's up to $25 million, I believe, or there much is available, and it shall not revert at the end of June of 2024, and is hereby reappropriated to the University of Wyoming to match research grants and contracts related to flow through porous media. This reappropriation shall not be transferred or expended for any other purpose and shall not revert on June 30th, 2025. And of course, there's a project going on there that they need to hang on to it. But we're very specific in what it can be used for, and thus we have the little I down to IV. And I suppose you can read those, but I'll go through them quickly. Little I, they have to have a one-to-one match to be able to tap into these funds. On double I, they have to conduct research to the extent reasonably possible with the University of Wyoming students. So we want to keep that within the state of Wyoming. If you go to triple I, it's for performing research on geologic formations, but they also have to be found within Wyoming. And then IV, it's developing any feasibility studies within the state of Wyoming to the extent possible. And then J, it makes this section effective immediately. And Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions in section 303.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, that's a lot. My questions are, okay, a lot of these things were appropriations that were denied in order to make the budget work, right? Right? Request denied and all that stuff.
Finish the question, I guess.
What am I not doing?
Oh, go ahead, Representative Ottman. I think he wasn't sure if that was actually your question or.
No, it's going to be a question.
Okay, keep going.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, we just went through the budget, we went through all these pages, and we decided what departments needed what we were going to do, what we weren't going to do, what was feasible, what was asked for, what was given, all those things. And now what I would like to know first, what is the amount of all these extra appropriations? And number two, why aren't these Are these ARPA funds or something for special spending or lose it? Or why are these not put back into the general fund if they have not been passed by this legislature? Thank you.
Representative Zwanen, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I mentioned at the beginning of 303, all this money is money that's been appropriated in budget sessions prior to this one, except for the community college section. So this is all money, and so where that money originated could be from several different places, because they come out of different agencies. Obviously, they come out of the Agency of the Public Defender, they come out of the University of Wyoming, and so these are not new appropriations, except, as I mentioned, you might consider the community college appropriation, but it's not exactly new, but it's not continuing funds. Does that answer your question? If you have a question on a specific one, unless you want me to go all through them again and say where the funds originated, but most of them come from bills that were passed in the legislature last session, the session before.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Ottman.
Thank you. Just to follow up. I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to see this as far as a budget goes. When a department has a lot of excess funds, apparently we've denied some of their requests, but why is that not put back to the place where their funding comes from, which is the general fund? Why are we saying, oh, well, now we can do this or this? I just don't get it, especially
Representative Zwanen,
in
sir.
this day and age.
Okay.
I just
Thank you,
don't-
Mr. Chairman. So to the fine representative, I believe all these are self-explanatory since the community college. So let me explain the community college, because it's kind of the anomaly in these, because like I mentioned before, all those others we appropriated in prior sessions. We had a situation with the community colleges, and the community colleges came in and requested those requests that we all denied. And there was I guess I can use the word extensive miscommunication, not only between the JAC, but also the Community College Commission, the State Budget Office, and actually ATS stepped up and said, oh, they actually made a couple of mistakes. So it was a conglomerate of things that happened. And so after we went through their budget and denied it, we got all this taken care of. And so the other part of the thing is, where is the money coming from? And so the community colleges, they have can I call it a block grant? That goes and pays for health insurance. And so they thought, well, they have X amount of positions out there, and I'm just going to arbitrarily say 100 or 200, whatever it happens to be. And so we fund those positions for healthcare. But when they had COVID, they couldn't get some of those positions filled, and some people left. And so we are expecting, not that it will happen, but we are expecting some of that money to revert. And what the community college section of this does is grabs that money before it reverts and says, actually, since we dedicated that money to the Community College Commission, it's going to stay with the Community College Commission, at least for that exact amount. If you notice, the amount was the exact amount as the units that we denied. So there will be other money that reverts. So I hope that answers. No new money in there, because we prior appropriated. So I'm going to let the fine other appropriator here add a little color commentary.
So
Vice Chairman
Representative, in principle, you're correct. At the end of a biennium, if there are funds remaining, they would revert back to the general fund, goes to the budget reserve account, then comes to LSRA. Anyway, general fund. But what if, in the event you had appropriated funds for a project, the funds hadn't been used or dispersed because the project hadn't been completed, it was in the process? The funds per statute that would then revert, and then you don't have the funds to pay to complete the project that's in the process. And so what this is doing, for example, on the acoustics, where we had that appropriated, they're under contract to complete some of the study with the contractor. The funds haven't been expended. The contracts but they will. And so we're just saying, because this isn't complete, we're going to carry those funds over into the next biennium to complete the process that it was appropriated for.
May I have one more follow-up, please?
You may, Representative Botman.
Then why wasn't that part of the budget request in the first place?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you. The prediction at the time was that they thought that they could get that work done within the biennium. And they weren't able to get it done. Now, I would share with you also that on the capital case one, the very first one, we've carried that over year to year. We could revert it and reappropriate new. This just saves a step.
One more follow-up, please.
Sure, go ahead, Representative Botman.
Where is the money kept from all of these excess funds where all these departments have the money? Is it in their possession and they say, we have this in the bank, so we're going to ask for these new appropriations, but we want the other money back? Where is all this stuff?
Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of this, the state auditor pays the bills. You know, as we heard it, when the state auditor comes, she's the chief checkbook person. So in the system, so all of these funds reside depending on when they're needed. You know, that they can be invested. They're at various places with the state treasurer, who, when there's funds that need to be available, we have the bank that then the state auditor has the ability to issue the checks for. They understand what amount of funds are available to each agency, and within that agency, Cyrus? Thank you. And the agency, of course, on a regular basis is keeping track. That's why each agency has a chief financial officer. They're making sure, and they reconcile their books, and there's that ongoing reconciliation of what funds for what purpose and what division by what unit is been expended, how much of their budget's left over, and at the end of the year, what needs to be reverted, who has flex to carry stuff over. There's a lot there, but it's a pretty detailed and very well-structured accounting for each agency by the state.
And technically, we don't use members' first names on the floor, and we should be addressing the chair, not any individual member, every time we answer a question, which is really good for the people of Wyoming who are trying to follow at home to understand this stuff. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on to that, the other reason for carrying these funds over is it's an actual cost savings to the state. Because if we revert them and then reappropriate for each of these individual items, we're going to have to reappropriate at the full value of the project when it started. And so, as the good representative explained a few moments ago, if the project is ongoing and partway through, then it allows us to just continue the project and complete the project. If we have to revert and then reappropriate at the full value, it will cost the state more money on the balance sheet, because then we won't see the reversion for another till the end of this biennium. And so this is an actual cost savings to the state to only spend the amount of money that is left within these particular units and divisions within their individual budgets. Many of these were asked for by the various agencies to say, can we carry these dollars over? And so they are seen within the budget books. So everything is transparent. It's good for the state to allow these things to move forward at the carryover level versus the new full appropriated level, which would be at a higher level, so that on our balance sheet, we would have less available when we don't need as much as it would force us to put forward.
Still on 303, Representative Ottman.
Just one more, question.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, So next year, when I look at the budget, I'll be able to see where these amounts were appropriated to these agencies for those jobs because that's what they needed right now.
It would be 2 years at the end of the budget cycle, I assume. Representative Walter, is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You would see it in 2 years. You won't see it in the budget. You will see it in the Chapter 17 report, which is on the department that manages our state budget, as that is where you go back and it does the look back as to how the funds were expended within each of these. So the information is available. The budget is a document looking forward for future expenditures, whereas the question the good representative just asked was about expenditures that it took place in the biennium past. And so you have to look at very different documents based on the information you're trying to look for. And so in a future budget, you will not see past expenditures necessarily. Those are found in the expenditure report, which is the Chapter 17 report, which is again available on the department that handles the state budget's website.
Still on 303. Any further questions? Representative Zwanitzer, are you done? Everybody done?
Sure.
All right. You do, Representative Zwanitzer?
No, I'd just like to make another statement.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. And just to sum it up, the public defender in the capital cases, they didn't expend a whole appropriation, but we know they're going to need it again this next term, so that's why we carried it over. And the other thing is, the state auditor, when they hold that money till it's dispersed, it earns interest. Thank you.
Further discussion on 303? Seeing none. We're going to close 303 and move on to 304, employee benefits. Representative Sherwood, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on section 304, and this can be found on pages 111 through 114 in your budget bill. So this language has appeared in our budget bill for the last 3 decades. It sets the maximum insurance premiums amounts the state, our employees pay for the next 2 years, so through the biennium. We are not increasing rates, but we are providing a stable budgeting tool for families and the states to determine monthly expenses based on the types of plans. So whether it's single, family, family with children, etc. Those are outlined in A through E on page 111 and 112. Paragraph little I sets the maximum rates for 2025. The next paragraph sets the maximum rates for 2026. And then on page 112B, starting on line 26, this is our adoption of the chief's recommendation for $2.27 million in general funds to the auditor's office so the state can pay for employee health insurance premiums. Again, this is for our state employees who participate in the state insurance plan and retired before July 2008, July 2008. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions on section 304? Seeing none. We'll close section 304 and move to section 305, flex authority for the executive. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, section 305 is relatively simple. It provides the flex authority for our chief executive in 3 kinds. Under section 305A, Romanet 1, between programs within any executive branch agency except for DEQ, except for the agency that deals with the environment, deals with health, deals with corrections. There's 10% flex authority, so the chief executive can move money around between programs, not to exceed 10% of the agency budget. More interestingly, Romanet 2, this is super flex for the agency that deals with our environment, with health, and with corrections. There's 100% flex authority. That gives a lot of flexibility, as you might imagine, to move money around within the departments. And then between agencies, Romanet 3, the chief executive can move 5% of the total appropriation for the agency from which the funds are transferred. And finally, Romanet 4, the chief executive has the authority to move legislatively authorized full-time or part-time positions between programs within any executive branch agency or between agencies. That is essentially, with the caveat down on the bottom of page 115, paragraph D, that can be overridden if you have a provision that says that the appropriation shall not be transferred or expended, something to the contrary that would control. I would stand for questions.
Questions on section 305, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for clarification. Is this then the B11 process, or is the B11 process outside of what we're doing in this section?
Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, this is accomplished through the B11 process. I skipped over subsection B, which provides that all transfers authorized under this section shall be approved by the Chief Executive and reported to the Joint Appropriations Committee through the B11 process. So answer is yes.
Further questions on section 305, Flex Authority? Seeing none, we'll close section 305 and move on to section 306, Flex Authority for the Judiciary.
Mr. Chairman, members, this is the same thing, except instead of being for executive branch agencies, it's for the judiciary. But instead of giving them 10%, the judiciary has 5% authority to move funds around between programs within the Supreme Court, which would include the circuit courts, and then between district courts, funds can be moved 5% between district courts. And my understanding is that from the chief of our judiciary, that they have used this authority, they appreciate being able to use the authority, but they don't need more than 5%. Thank you. I would stand for questions.
Questions on section 306? Just letting you know it is 6 o'clock on Friday, so if you're following the rules, our workload just got a whole lot smaller. Moving on to section 307, it will be Vice Chairman Larson to talk about personal services transfers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, Section 307 gives the Department of Corrections, Department of Environmental Quality, and Department of Health flexibility, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, the ability to use their 100 series for 900. 100 is employees or personnel, 900 series is contract. As an example we had give earlier, and then we also do the opposite of that. We allow them to use 900 series for 100 series. And we allow the judicial branch to do this flexibility. However, their transfers can't exceed $400,000. And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any questions on section 305? Seeing none, we'll close section 305 and open section, that was 307. We're going to close 307 and open 308, the major maintenance funding for state facilities. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is section 308. Major maintenance for state facilities, state parks, cultural resources, the university, and community colleges. Subsection A appropriates $168 million in change from SIPA. And the Joint Appropriations Committee, in this, we adopted a technical correction of $6 million to get it to the proper number that was miscalculated based on a missing square footage that was in there. So this amount of $168 million is 2% of the cost replacement value, also known as CRV. In Romanet capital A, it shows that of the $168 million, 36.24% will be for state facilities managed by the State Building Commission and state institutions. Romanet capital B is 8.43% will be for state parks and cultural resources. Romanet capital C indicates that it will be 36.21% of that amount will go to the University of Wyoming. Romanet capital D indicates that 19.12% of that amount will go towards the community colleges. Romanet small b, lowercase b, these funds do not revert and will be accounted for separately by each of these entities. These funds are restricted to expenses related to major maintenance and facility repair based on law. And these funds do not revert because these projects will be ongoing from the time of initiation. Romanet lowercase c, State Construction Department shall submit to the State Building Commission budget recommendations for the supplemental budget coming forward in 2025. Romanet D is the reporting requirement, as these projects in major maintenance need to be reported on, and reported back to the State Building Commission as well as the Wyoming Legislature. And Romanet, lowercase e, is $100,000 general fund for Ranch A, which is a state parks site up in the northeast corner of the state. And that's for major maintenance. And then it also indicates in that Romanet E, lowercase e, that the State Building Commission as well as state construction will evaluate the needs for Ranch A as well as create a plan as how to effectively address the needs in the future going forward, so that we can make sure the major maintenance and the maintenance at Ranch A is attended to. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that is section 308, and I'd happily answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on 308? Seeing none, we'll close 308 and open section 309, Department of Health carryover. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I go to 309, just to comment back on 308 where we talked about major maintenance. You'll recall, I can't remember, it was yesterday, maybe the day before, there was a bill and we were talking about major maintenance, and the question come up, where is it that's decided on major maintenance and how do we do that? We just went through the exercise. We legislate and determine what those major maintenance dollars are. Just want to bring that to your attention once again. Mr. Chairman, in section 309, what we're doing here, as we have done in the previous 2 or 3 bienniums, is allow the Department of Health to carry over their reversions to take care of unanticipated, but yet not unexpected costs that may come to the department, such as Title 25 costs, and then we require them to kind of give a priority or a list of what they'll use the reversions for. In this one, they'll put up to $50 million into the state hospital demolition account, use it for unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, including increased enrollment, if there's any, the Title 24 costs, or Title 25 costs that we referred to earlier, in state facility staffing needs to take care of those. And then in section B, we bring the leftover 2021 reversions to the state hospital demolition account. I would note from this section, when we talked about the Department of Health paying those one-time costs, we used a lot of the reversions that they had from previous bienniums, and we were able to have a significant amount of reversions because of the increased Medicaid participation. So we had based our budget on 50-50 on the FMAP, and then when the CMS was reimbursing that at a higher rate, then we just had more general funds that came into reversions that would enable us to cover more of those costs. But that's the type of things that we're able to cover with those reversions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer questions.
Questions on 309? Seeing none, we'll close 309. Open section 310, the limitation on salary increases. Chairman Nicholas.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will bring you section 310. This is limitation on salaries. And so this is on page 122 of our budget. This is a pretty simple provision. Basically, it says that agencies in their 100 series cannot give pay raises, or they can't have a budget in 27, 28 that's higher on their section 100s than they have the budget we're passing today. This is the mechanism we use to prevent pay raises to happen that are outside of what we appropriate in the budget bill. Now, there are certain exceptions and exclusions to that happen, but this is, this is a section that's been in the budget since I've been here, basically. And it's just a mechanism to control expenses. And then if you look at section B, this excludes UW, because it's a block grant, and community college is basically living on a block grant and other wages, on other funds that come in. And but even with those, we require any salary increases to be reviewed and approved by the chief executive before it happens. And then we do a similar thing with the judiciary. that say that the judiciary has to approve any pay increases. So it's just a mechanism to control folks that want to go outside the budget. So Hansi, have any questions on that?
Questions on section 310? You do.
So the next one is 311.
Oh, we're not there yet, Chairman Nicholas. We have a question on 310, just has to get to a different mic. Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does anything in here stop an agency in their 100 series funding from using vacancy funds, funds that fund a vacant position, or funds that, if somebody leaves their agency and they've got an open position, they've got a vacant position, there's funds available in their 100 series because they're not going to meet that threshold. Does anything in this allow that agency to use those, or can that agency still use those funds to supplement other 100 series salaries?
Chairman Nicholas.
Dan?
So,
Vice Chairman Larson, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. The answer is yes, they're allowed to do that. So the structure of our compensation in the structure of how we use our Series 100, and this is particularly kind of important if you've got somebody who is retiring and they've got, how many days, sick days or vacation days accumulated. Once they retire, you have to pay for those days, and how you pay for them has to come out of that Series 100 money. And so they'll use funded positions, but that are vacant, oftentimes to then help cover those costs.
Okay.
Now, we talked about, Mr. Chairman, we've talked about, because it's a problem in every agency, the large agencies like YDOT or Department of Health have the ability to do that easier, but small agencies may not have any vacant FTEs, and so that becomes a problem. And so then the governor can use the B11 process to help them in that. But on your larger agencies, they have that flexibility to do that.
All right, so there's no further discussion on 310. Let's go to section 311. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would bring you section 311. All this does is reemphasize that we accept the language in the governor's prepared budget for one-time funding, sustained funding, and at-will employees and how we treat them, just to clarify. So it's really a clarification. Thank you.
Any discussion on 311? Seeing none, we'll close 311 and start section 312. And just so everybody knows where we are, we could be through these in about 15 minutes or 2 hours. After that, we still have second reading and third reading today, as is required according to our rules, plus about 15 minutes of bill read-ins and messages from the Senate. So plan accordingly. It should be at least an hour. Could be more depending on questions. With that, section 312, Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for me to describe this, let's just step back to last session, I believe, in the 2022 session. We made an appropriation to the center up in Jackson. There, I got my notes. In the capital construction bill, and that's for the outreach center, the CWC. And that appropriation that was made was for $10,335,478. And we made that commitment with the fact that if ARPA funds did not come through, that they would be able to spend that full appropriation. And what happened was ARPA funds did come through, and so all they needed was $1,000 of it. So now we're left with $9,335,700, $478. I'm so sorry. And so in little a, what we are asking the state treasurer to do is to deposit in separate accounts $1,000 each for each community college. $1 million. I've got my zeros wrong here, no, sorry. So $1 million in each one of those colleges. And they're to be used for matching funds. And it also states that that appropriation shall not be transferred, expended for any other reason. And then we put number B in, that the effective date for all this to happen will end on March 31st of 2026. And the fact that anything that's happened will be matched of any kind of gifts or cash equivalents. But with these following side rails. In little I, the sum has to at least be $10,000 before they'll issue a match. So if they can't raise at least that much, no match. In little double I, each community college can encumber a certain amount of money subject to a binding commitment to make the gift or donation. So they can say, hey, we are going to get the or $300,000 gift, but it's going to take us 6 months, and so they can kind of put a placeholder for that to happen. And then in little triple I, the treasurer shall make and transfer quarterly any of those that qualify. In IV, any match paid to the community college district by the state treasurer shall equal to or not exceed the amount of the gift amount. And when we get down to C, we have appropriated then $8 million because we've given $1 million to each community college district. So that's going to leave an extra $1,335,478. And so they're going to put that into a ninth account. And so what's going to happen to that is beginning in April 1st of 2026, any amount that's remaining that hasn't already been given out can be used by any of the colleges, any of the 8. And down in E, anything that doesn't happen, that there's still money left, then it has to revert on June 30th of 2027. And it just says here that the intent of the legislature that the appropriations in this section not be included in the Community College Commission's standard budget. And then G says it all become effective immediately. And
questions on section 312?
I have one left, little h. This section shall only be effective if section 8 of 2024 House Bill 135 is enacted into law. Thank you.
Questions on section 312? Seeing none, we'll close section 312 and open section 313. School CapCon, Representative Walters, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is section 313, which is the school capital construction portion of the state budget. And so it starts on page 126 of your budget bill. Subsection A just states that this is the school CapCon, K-12 CapCon. Subsection B defines, as you look at the various tables we'll be going through over the next few pages, who made the recommendation and the priority rank. Subsection C explains that the sections Romanet J, 1, 2, and 5, or 9, 9 and 10 are just for the period of the budget cycles. Subsection lowercase d, Romanet lowercase d, says that the amounts in section Romanet J3, J8, J11, and J12 will be until the projects are complete, at which time, once complete, then the funds would revert. Subsection E notes that the School Facilities Commission may submit a supplemental budget. Subsection F explains the schedule for deploying projects and how they'll report on that. Subsection G just says that the items in section J are not entitlements amounts, and then H is the more reporting requirements. So real boilerplate language there. Now we get into the meat of it on page 128 of the budget bill. This is subsection J, Romanet I. This is 2.2 million for charter school leases, one to occur in the county we're in, and one to occur in the county immediately over the hill back to our west. Romanet 2 is for modular buildings, and so 52,000 for modular building leases here in this fair city and for this district. Romanet 3 is design of the following schools. We had this discussion when we were talking about back in subsection or section 300 and the $200 million for large school projects, capital construction, creating that savings account. Right here in subsection 3, we see this, we're going to begin design on these 3 large schools in these various counties. Then we move on to subsection 4, and this is for construction of facilities in school buildings. And we'll get to a note here in a minute that'll differentiate between school buildings and ancillary buildings. So this is for school building construction, $91 million and change for a school here, a school north of, in the district, a bit north. And I'll take a slight timeout here. And if you'll notice in lines on page 129, lines 14, 15, and 16, and then again in lines 25, 26, 28, and then you'll notice each of these sections have a total dollar value for that particular area of the budget. And so, for example, in the design, it's $20.5 million for design of those 3. And we do that for 2 reasons. Instead of saying the design of the school in the land where their camels roam is going to cost X dollars, as soon as we say that, then we know exactly, and it goes out to an RFP, we know exactly how much everyone's going to bid to, because we have telegraphed we're willing to spend this much to design that school. And so we bring it back and say, hey, here's the pool of money, get the best price we can for the design of that school. And with good fortune, and it's started to occur as we have done this the last couple biennium in different areas, we're getting better bidding prices because we're not telegraphing what we're willing to spend doing these various things. The other thing is it makes sure that the school district doesn't feel, and even though there's a section saying they're not entitled to this full of value, we make sure the district recognizes they're going to get enough to accomplish the task at hand and not more. And because if a design comes in, and we've experienced this over the years, if a design comes in a little less than the construction dollar amount, they figure out ways to make sure the construction dollar amount gets up to what they were allocated. And so that's the 2 reasons why you don't see a dollar value next to each project. I won't repeat that as we look at all of these, but I wanted to point it out here on these first couple. So again, we're on the bottom of page 129 in subsection 4. And this is for the construction of these various schools. We have an elementary school, a high school, vocational ag and transportation facility in a smaller district. We have an elementary, middle school, high school renovation in a mid-sized district. We have a full elementary school in a larger district, and then we also have a high school renovation in a mid-sized district. Moving on to the top, just starting down to the top of page 130, we're in subsection 5 now. This is $25.1 million rounded for component level major maintenance. And so this is in districts, and really all districts regardless of size, when the major maintenance project becomes so significantly high that it will impede what would actually be in their major maintenance and take away from their ability to do other major maintenance within the district. And so what you see in a lot of these kind of component level projects will be a new roof on a full high school. It will be a large boiler system, HVAC system replacement throughout an elementary or a high school or a junior high. There are multiple million-dollar projects, and if you took that out of their major maintenance funding, it would leave them significantly deficient to do the actual smaller major maintenance needs within the district. This is something that came up, and we began funding these component level projects probably 15 years ago. It's worked out well in terms of making sure the school fleet throughout the state of Wyoming is kept up and in good repair. So you'll see you have a middle school in one county, a high school vocational building, and you can read through all of those. Moving on to the bottom of page 130, we have subsections 6. This is for the design of ancillary projects, building projects. So ancillary buildings are all the things that are not your actual school buildings, but are still related to the educational needs and educational happenings of a district. And so you'll see this is the design of transportation facilities in 3 different districts. And that's on the top of page 131. And then you move to the top third of page 131 in subsection 7. And it's for the construction of these projects that were just designed in subsection 6, transportation facilities in each of these cases. Moving to the bottom third of the page, we're in subsection 8. This is for the demolition of a couple schools, one in the River County and another one in the county just back to the west of here for a couple $1 million there. Subsection 9, this one is revenue neutral. It's a way we're trying to true up some titling issues on a school and a facility in the district in the center of the state. And you can read through there, it was for a school or a portion of a school building that was added on to a full building owned by that district. It took a couple years to figure out who actually had title to that, as that title has moved around between a couple agencies over the last basically 40 years, 50 years. And so what this does, it allocates $3.5 million to the district in the center of the state for them to then buy, of the school foundation program dollars, for them to buy the portion of this school back from the Department of Education technically, and then that money goes right back into the school foundation program account. So again, this is revenue neutral, but it's a way that we can make sure we clean up the titling issues for that district in the center of the state. Because it's been a real problem that it has, for example, that portion of that building has heat that is provided by the other side of the school, by the district's half of the school. And so when it comes to repairs, there's been a real confusion on who's supposed to be paying for some of these repairs. And we needed to address this and get it cleared up. And so again, revenue neutral in that one. Moving on to Romanet number 10 on page 132. This is for the Mercer studies. We had a good visit about Mercer studies a little bit earlier in the afternoon. So I don't think I need to go through that. It's $1 million for Mercer studies. That's most cost-effective remedy studies. Moving on to Romanet 11, this is for a rural school facility in the county back to our west and over the hill here for $300,000. Many of you over the last several months have received emails discussing the needs of this very, very remote and rural school. And so hopefully we can come up with a good remedy that they'll be able to educate those fine students there. Romanet number 12 here on the bottom of page 132 then, $10.4 million. This is for unanticipated costs in all of the projects we just went through. And so things happen, if you start a renovation and you find more asbestos than you may have anticipated, you have to remediate those sorts of things. You start into a new construction project, you break through the ground, and all of a sudden you find contaminated soils that were not anticipated. So that's what these kind of things go towards. And that's 6% of the total value of the project, of each of those projects added up. And that's how they calculate that. Pretty good chance, and we'll see this, it reverts back over the years. It just takes many years before we see it back because we have to wait until these projects are completed. And so at some point, a future legislature will see these dollars, some of these dollars come back. And so that's what it's for, the unanticipated costs of the projects listed in section 313. And with that, friends, that is section 313, the school K-12 capital construction portion of our state budget. Are there any questions?
Questions on section 313? Seeing none, we'll close 313 and move on to 314, mineral severance tax diversions. Also, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be back with you, friends. It's been a great day here today. This is section 314. And what this is this is what I would describe as a second cap on our mineral severance tax. And so what this will do, and it's really, it's any funds that come in over the January 2024 Craig forecast, so that number you see on page 133, line 12 of 164.8 million is what the expected severance tax revenue would be based on the January 2024 Craig forecast. So anything that comes in over that amount would be distributed 1/3 to the general fund. You'll see this on the bottom third of page 133. 1/3 to the general fund, 1/3 to the budget reserve account, and 1/3 to the school foundation program account. And the biggest change over what the statutory split on these funds would be is on line 22, that 1/3 of the school foundation program account would typically go to the budget reserve account. So in a typical situation, that would, or anything under that January 2024 Craig forecast is going to be split 1/3 to the general fund, 1/3 or 2/3 to the budget reserve account. So this just changes the amount over the top of that $164.8 million to a different distribution. The under that amount stays at the 1/3 general fund, 2/3 budget reserve account. So that's section 314. Are there any questions on section 314?
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll close section 314 and move on to section 315, federal mineral royalty diversions. Third time, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 315, we're going to do something very similar. Again, a second cap on the federal mineral royalties. This again is based on the amount over the January 2024 Craig forecast. So you'll see on page 134, line 27, that's stated at being estimated to be $549.4 million. So any amount that exceeds that will be distributed at a rate of, and this is on top of page 135, a rate of 40% to the school foundation program account and 60% to the budget reserve account. Anything under that amount is going to be distributed at a rate of 33 1/3% to the school foundation program account and 66 2/3 to the budget reserve account. So there's only about a 7% change in the amount that will be distributed over that $549.4 million. So again, that's a second cap there. And that completes section 315. Are there any questions on section 315?
Seeing no questions on section 315, we'll close it. Open section 316, UW Research Matching Funds. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I will bring you section 316. This is the University of Wyoming Research Matching Funds. At the beginning of the budget presentation, I talked to you about various projects and what we're going to do for our oil and gas and development industries in Wyoming. So this is one of those major projects that is part of that, up to close to $5 million in investments into, which will result in literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and not billions of dollars, back to the state of Wyoming over the course of time. And so what is this? And where does this money come from? It's $75 million for this particular project. The money is coming from dollars that we appropriated in from our prior budget. So it's no new dollars. It's our large part of the large project funds that we used, that we provided to the chief executive to bring in large projects to the state of Wyoming. So this is one of those large projects, and it's going to happen right on our own university. So, because there's been an agreement to bring in matching funds of the $75 million to upgrade and remodel basically the high bay. So the porous media component of that will be able to go smaller and smaller into more details and go not only improve the production of oil and gas across the state of Wyoming, it will actually have benefits worldwide in pharmaceuticals and in the health sciences, potentially even cancer treatments. It's an incredible field that we'll learn more about, and I'll send out a handout that just kind of gives you more information about it. But it's so this is an opportunity for us to do something that will enhance UW, enhance the professional services, the postdocs and the doctorate students and the master's students over in the School of Energy Engineering. It's just another opportunity for us to take UW to another step, and also to Wyoming to the highest plane in the scientific field of porous medias in the world, literally. So if we go to the section 316, A is the funding the appropriations. Then we set out the guidelines, just because we want to make sure that we have as much understanding and we follow the expenditures and what exactly happens with these monies. And so Romanet 8I, or Romanet 2, 1 and 2 talk about what this money is to be used for: research, software development, acquisition, development, fabrication, integration, adoption, modification, expansion of technological capabilities. So we use general language, but also enough to confine to where we know the money is going to go. demonstration of a commercial deployment projects related to experimental computational digitization of research in the fields of porous media technologies. So that's the key language for where this money is going to be going. And then we have an allocation schedule of where that the 75 million, when it will be allocated. That's on page 136. So there's one tranche in July 1 of, will be available July 1 of 2024. Then another tranche in July 1 of July 30 of 2025. And the remainder can be allocated on or before July 30 of 2026. And then we have conditions of the expenditures, a thorough development of the agreement with, between the University of Wyoming and the entity that's going to be providing the other 75 million. And so we would just want to make sure that it's a dollar for dollar exchange, and make sure we get a minimum of a dollar exchange for the, because the company they're working with on this is basically going to be providing all of the equipment and the upkeep of that equipment for the next 10 years. And so just a little background information on High Bay. High Bay was created, well, it was initiated, the process, as early as 2008, 2010. And between then and 2016, they raised roughly $50 million of solely private money. And then for the establishment and the construction of High Bay, and the integral parts of what High Bay was going to do. Then this body appropriated roughly $22 million. The university came up with another $52 million for the actual construction of the building itself. And this is just a portion of High Bay, because there's various laboratories on different floors. And since that time, the porous media developed on one of those floors. They've brought in over $100 million of projects to the University of Wyoming. They currently fund roughly $5 million a year in operations of just the porous media centers. So if, you know, we heard the president of the university saying we want to turn into a research institute in the top world class of the world. We have one right now. And so this project extends that and will expand it beyond any other facility for doing porous research in the United States and in the world. So, but we talk about what that agreement's going to look like, what the matching funds are going to look like, and review it as dollars are expended to make sure that we're getting the bang for the buck and the representation, because our money is going into it and what we understand it. It talks about the microscopic and X-ray scanners that it made available to other students and to other faculty and School of Engineering Resources and the Department of Engineering, and that it's reviewed by the governor. So we've got one more final step to make sure that we're putting our money in the right place, and that the sophistication is accurate, and that what I just told you is accurate. So I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Representative Hornock, I have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. $75 million is a lot of money to put into a research grant that is going to have a good return on investment for probably the private company that puts the other $75 million into this. Why do we want to do it that way and not first of all, just allow that company to come in and use this facility and do the upgrades and fund it if they're going to get a return on their investment? And then secondly, if this is going to be such a great return on investment, why don't we just allow the university to use some of their endowment funds or some other source of funds that they have a lot of to do this research? This is kind of, it's probably been in the process for a little bit of time, but this is kind of thrust on us immediately without any information. $75 million is a lot to spend on something that, when we've got people hurting because of property tax issues and other things. So
There's a question,
please explain.
right?
Please explain.
Please explain, Chairman Nicholas.
So let me answer it. It's simply, This will bring in more money to the state of Wyoming in the terms of hundreds of millions of dollars in severance taxes, because this is the same projects that help develop and expand our extinguished oil fields. And you know, under the current capabilities, they expect 1 or 2% more production out of the average oil field in the state of Wyoming. If you put that at $60 a barrel or $70 a barrel, that will turn into over $2 or $3 billion in revenue over the course of the time of reproducing all those dollars. And so that's actually a simple question to answer. But it's a lot more complicated than that, but that's the end result.
Any other questions on 316? If not, we're going to close 316, open section 317 UW Research Matching Funds. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few years ago, we had appropriated some money to the University of Wyoming and the School of Energy Resources so that they could pursue for the matching component of a grant for research on a flameless pressurized oxy-combustion technology. It's on a 1-to-4 match. We appropriated the $12 million and spelled out the details that if the grant was not approved, that then they could use those funds to do research on rare earth minerals and the processing of rare earth minerals. And as part of that, it would be under the direction of the Energy Authority, and it also called out in that footnote the use of a private entity that had an affiliation with the School of Energy Resource and the Energy Authority. Since that time, the private entity doesn't have that same relationship with either, and there's still a need to be able to use those funds for research of rare earth minerals and rare earth processing. So we've got to get that reference to the private entity out of there. So what this footnote does is take that money, put it back into the general fund, reappropriate the money back into the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, put into account that only the Energy Authority has access to do research on rare earth minerals and rare earth mineral processing. So with that, I'd answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll close section 317 and open 318, revisions to prior UW appropriations. Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, so section 318 actually spans from page 139 to 144. What makes it confusing is that inside this section 318, we refer to prior years sections 321, 325, 333, and 333, and 334. So it looks like we don't know how to count, okay? So that's maybe the most important thing to know, is that there's really no new money in this section 318. This is just keeping alive the appropriations we did in 2022 and 2023. So with that explanation, the first section from last year's budget, the year before, that we're incorporating into this budget is on page 140, is section 321. So you'll see on line 9, it adds 50 million to 55 million. It looks like we're adding $5 million. We're actually not adding any money at all. What happened was section 327 from last year had $80 million. The 75 million that we were discussing in section 316 was taken out of that old money, section 327. There's 5 million left over. So instead of having that section 327 survive, we just put that $5 million into the section 321. It's for matching funds. It resides in the office of the governor for matching funds for energy projects. One other addition that's important is on line 18, is we've expanded the scope of uses to include critical minerals. So the governor, the chief executive, if he finds a project involving critical minerals, that would now be permitted. Next, page 141, section 325. What's going on here, actually, the action is on the next page, 142. Our chief executive in his proposed budget had said, why don't we spend $24 million to give to communities so they can match it with IIJA funds for water and sewer projects? We said, yes, that's a great idea, but why use new money when we've already got old money in Section 325? So there was $75 million for infrastructure inside Section 325. We're taking 24 million and change of that to accomplish the same thing that the governor is proposing we use with new money. So we thought, well, we'll save new money by using the old money. Section 333, again, this is a carryover from last year. These were a couple of projects that were proposed but just never got funded. We're keeping those alive so they can live to fight and apply for them for another day. There are some strings attached. It's on page 143 that mean that these are community facility rehabilitation projects. Currently, this city or town had to have already received funding or technical assistance from the Wyoming Business Council for the preservation of a former school facility as a community center before the effective date of the section. So it's kind of a narrow, there's like 4 or 5 communities across the state that under this language can even apply. Okay, just so you know, it's a little constrained, but it's just carrying language over from last year. Finally, Section 334 from last year gets carried over, and we are not putting any new money into this, but there is a scope change. This is for unmet housing needs. The money can now be used to actually acquire land, which is an interesting conceptual change. And that's it for Section 318, which is like an accordion Rubik's Cube that incorporates prior sections. I stand for questions.
I'm sure everyone followed that as well as I did. So we're going to close Section 318. We're going to now open Section 319, which is on page 144 of your budget bill, because we had cut and paste 4 pages of last year's bill into this bill to further elucidate our Section 318. So with that, Section 319, page 144, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in relation to our chief executive's letter number 9 for employee compensation regarding vacant positions. A quick note for employee compensation for our filled positions is in 329 of this part of the bill. In order to entice qualified applicants to apply for and accept a position with the state, we must provide wages that are in parity with the Rocky Mountain region. In letter 9, the chief executive requested $42.5 million for phase 3 employee compensation. We reduced that amount, instead providing $5.9 million in general funds to get our vacant positions up to 90% of comparable market pay. Paragraph A is the appropriation. B outlines how the funds will be distributed. C authorizes when general funds are not used to fully fund a position, and appropriation of federal funds or special revenue is authorized. And then D is any unspent funds will revert at the end of June 2026. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions on 320? Seeing none. Actually, that was 319. We do have one. Chairman Washit. Question on Section 319, employee compensation of vacant positions. Floor is yours.
Just a quick question in terms of long-term consequences. When we're funding these vacant positions at 90% of market, that's likely higher than some of the filled positions are being compensated. What's the consequence of that down the road?
And then compression.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you very much for that question. So I believe it was so in phase 2, we brought all of our filled positions up to 90% or better. And then again, in Section 329, we're going to talk about compression. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, let's close Section 319. We're going to open Section 320, benchmarks and performance compensation reviews, brought to us by Chairman Nicholas. Floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you Section 320. This is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. This is setting aside $150,000 to LSO, so to conduct basically an audit of the of whether and how the retirement and the state treasurer are meeting and establishing and complying with their benchmarks. So with terms of the performance compensation and how we put all that together and how they're funded, there's never been an outside independent review of that process. And basically this accomplishes that. So it's just another way for us to make sure that it's working the way we want it to.
Questions on 320? Seeing none, we'll close section 320 and open section 321, State Budget System Review. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring section 321. Let me get on the right one here. Apologies. There we go. Section 321, please refer to page 66 in your summary sheet, page 146 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, the JAC added section 321, which appropriates $25,000 to the state auditor's office for a review to upgrade or replace the state's budgeting, management, and reporting system. This is objective is to replace IBARS, the Internet Budget and Accounting Reporting System. A report is required to be submitted with options, conclusions, recommendations, and estimated costs derived from the review to the Governor and Joint Appropriations Committee by September 1, 2024. This section is effective immediately. Are there any questions?
Questions on section 321? Seeing none, we'll close section 321, open section 322, Rocky Mountain Power Project account. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about the Rocky Mountain Power Project, and we spoke about it this morning, that part of the agreement, some of the funds drift off and they go into the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust account. And so that's all this section's doing. And once they get in there, then they got to be distributed in accordance with the United States Bureau of Land Management.
Seeing no questions on
questions?
section 322, we'll close section 322 and open section 323, Large Project Energy Matching Funds. Vice Chairman Larson.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This section authorizes the governor to have access to $200 million from the LSRA for large energy projects. You'll recall that we had appropriated those funds for large energy projects a couple of years ago of general funds. We've since been funding larger projects and just took about $75 million out of that for a project over the UW. There's a lot of this has been a very successful project. The governor wants to be able to still continue on larger projects that would require a minimum of $50 million of the state's participation. This could be sequestration or advancement in hydrogen, for example. There'd be a minimum 1-to-1 match. And I would just remind you that in sections 316, 318 of the remaining energy matching funds redirected the majority of that to that project at university. So I'd answer any questions.
Questions on section 323, Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the past couple of years, we've appropriated the governor's office's kind of funding to the tune of well over $300 million. And now we're giving another $200 million to this office to go out and look for more projects. We talked just a minute ago about $75 million going to the university. My question with this is, how can we ensure that we will get a return on this kind of investment when we do have people in the state that are getting sucked pretty good with their property taxes and other expenses? And then how do we ensure absolute transparency with this kind of process in the budget where we give the governor a lot of money, he sends it to an agency that, frankly hasn't been that transparent, or they've got a lot of money at their disposal and we don't have a report on what's happening. But just how do we ensure we get a return on this investment?
Vice Chairman Larson, how do you ensure return on an investment?
Mr. Chairman, if just a little bit, I think it's important because what I heard the question, there's a reference in the question that because of this, it somehow impacts property taxes. And property taxes don't come to this body to spend in general funds. The property tax discussion is important, but it's not part of the general fund appropriation of the state. And I think the other part that's really important is if we feel that the governor hasn't been transparent, I think it's important for you in the question to say where he has not been transparent, but to make those kind of accusations, I think is not appropriate as the public listen to this. Now, to answer the question, I don't know that we can guarantee that you'll get a complete return on investment, but what we do hear from the people, particularly those who may be concerned about jobs in the future and our fossil fuel industry and other industries, is what is the state doing to protect, develop, and assure that our energy-rich state is developing and investing, because the monies that we are appropriating in this budget are largely the result of the extractive industries that we're trying to invest in. So all of the energy matching funds to date are very transparent on where they've been allocated, the process that they have to go through, and how they're matched. So I can't guarantee, we can't guarantee that an energy project that we endeavor to go into is going to return on the investment. But the state, I believe, in what we've appropriated these monies for previously, is to help develop energy so that we can continue on with those historic fossil fuels and other energy, all in energy, for the benefit of the citizens of the state, to where we don't have to increase taxes.
Okay, further discussion on section 323? Seeing none, we'll close 323 and open section 324, the Board of Land Commissioners sale authorization. Not controversial at all. Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, keeping you guys on your toes, we're in the home stretch. Here we go. Section 324, page 149 of your budget bill. This authorizes the proceeds of not less than $100 million from the direct sale of the Kelly parcel to the Park Service to be deposited in the corpus of the Common School Permanent Land Fund for the long-term benefit of Wyoming's public schools. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Not today. Thank you, Representative Sherwood. We'll close section 324 and open section 325. The state employee paid employee retirement contributions. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 325 is in response to a bill that's coming from the other end of the hall, or at least attempting to be introduced at the other end of the hall, that will increase the state employee retirement contribution over the next couple of years. As we had a discussion earlier today about making sure that our employee public pension plan is well funded, making sure that it's stable and actuarially sound. Over the years, this body, this legislative body, has been required to make adjustments to those contributions. And so in that bill that's coming from the other, or attempted to be introduced in the other end of the hall, is one of those very contribution adjustments, increasing that contribution. And so what this section 325 does is it pays for the employee's share of the increase that would occur only within the executive branch, the community colleges and the university. And the reason we select those is because, and the reason we do this is because we have done the phase one and phase two employee compensation increases, and then to take a retirement increase and put that on top of it, we somewhat set back our gains in terms of what we have gained in the compensation increases over the last couple of years. So we're trying to offset that in these situations, and it works out to be about a quarter of a percent in year one and 0.5% in the second year, and that's why it's $3,483,000 or $1 million, excuse me. And so that's what the purpose behind this is, to make sure that increase of compensation isn't immediately offset by an increase in retirement contribution in those particular areas. And so that's what's occurring in Section 325. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on Section 325? Representative Locke.
Just a quick question on the employee contribution. So this is for certain groups, the employee contribution is what we're covering here, correct? So some groups, we cover the employee contribution, and others we do not. Is that correct?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the retirement system, the big plan, there's everything from county government to school districts and everything else that are a part of it, and they pay. There's a half paid by roughly half by the employer, half by the employee, and we aren't affecting any of that. We're only dealing with the entities in which state government dollars would be utilized in paying any portion of retirement, and that's why it's the community colleges, the executive branch, as well as the legislative branch, judicial branch, and whatnot. And so that's why we're doing it. This doesn't affect how payments might be made in regards to those other entities that are part of the big plan. And so that's why we're doing it only for this specific group, is because they're the specific group we have control over the pay of.
Okay, and a reminder, the Appropriations Committee members will stay after tonight's meeting to answer any questions one-on-one. Moving on, we're going to close Section 325 and open Section 326, Enterprise Inflation. Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 326 is Governor's Letter 13 to address agency budget inflation. You'll recall last year we had in the supplemental budget, we had a governor's letter where each agency come in and identified their divisions, their units, and their unit numbers for inflation impacts, such as in-state travel or laboratory costs increase, things that they would have to go out and buy where inflation had impacted. And we passed that to address that. And this year, the approach was a little bit different. He requested $43 million to be used to address inflation, but the approach was a little different. It wasn't particularly across all agencies and across all divisions, all units. I think the intent was good. It was hard to really get our head around, so we reduced that by 10 million, and then we come back in with footnote, and we broaden the distribution across all agencies, available across all units impacted by inflation. And we do it with by all sources of funds, general funds, federal funds, and agency accounts, internal service funds, and the retirement account, the Water One, School Foundation, Hathaway, and tobacco funds. There's 4 million of this inflation appropriation of the 33 million that's directed to UW to address their inflation needs separately from what we do across our agency. And all the adjustments will be included in their next biennial budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on Section 326? Seeing none, we'll jump right into Section 327, Higher Education Scholarships. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring Section 327. Please refer to page 65 on your summary sheet and page 155 and 156 of your bill. Mr. Chairman, JAC added Section 327, which appropriates $2,500,000 from the Wyoming Community College Commission standard budget request for the continuation of Kickstart, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. This is a carryover appropriation for the fund corpus to help it reach the level to then generate enough earnings to award scholarships. Are there any questions?
Any questions on Section 327? Seeing none, we'll close Section 327 and open Section 328, Election, Administration, and Security. Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With only about 4 pages to go on the bill, I bring to you the Election, Administration, and Security number 328. So this is $100,000 for the county clerks for the purposes of obtaining an election consultant or attending training, including professional development training on election administration and security. And so what we're going to do is guarantee each county clerk at least $3,000. So if you multiply $3,000 by the 23 counties, that takes care of about 69,000 of it. And so the rest of the 31,000, we're going to distribute to the county clerks based on population of that county in comparison to the population of the state. And with that, I stand for any questions. And
Questions on section 328?
I was going to say, I may have one or two coming.
First up, Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I apologize in advance, but $3,000 for election security? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the question to the bringer. I'm a little confused. $3,000 for election security training for our elections? I'm just curious how that got brought. How did we come up with that number?
Go ahead, Representative. Oh, Representative Ottman, question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question just to the bringer. When is that supposed to be? Before like every election or whatever? Because they were just here and left this morning for that training. So I'm just wondering how that works.
Both questions, Representative Zwanek, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this section's based off what we passed last year in Senate File 153. And so all this language comes right out of that. And to the fine gentleman from over the hill, how we came up with that $3,000 appropriations and then did the rest was in Senate File 153. Yeah, and I think you can also find everything else that you want. And hopefully you guys all saw that bill because those bills come on both sides. Any other questions I could answer?
Any further questions from the representative over about Five Hills? Or the good representative in the back? You're good? All right, seeing no further questions, we'll close section 328 and open section 329. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you section 329. So ladies and gentlemen, you may recall that the chief executive, when he started giving the pay raises, we appropriated roughly an 8% pay raise to state employees 2 years ago, and last year roughly a 9% increase in all statewide in pay raises. And in his budget, and in his letter number 9, he requested another 6% to catch up with inflation and to bring everyone up to 100% of the 2022 market study. So the Appropriations Committee was a little reluctant to jump in with both feet. So instead of the 37 million in appropriation that would kick in 2025, so the governor's request wouldn't happen until the second year of the biennium. We decided to give, and before you was 18 million that will become effective in July of 2024, but it won't biennialize. So with the governor's recommendation of 37 million, that turns into 74 million the next biennium. The number that we proposed is basically will be a biennial number. And so it's roughly 75% lower than the governor's recommendation. And we added in a little bit of language that you'll see that talks about eliminating compression and bringing the people that are below 100% closer, and who have 5 years or more, in order to basically help out the compression component of any actions that occurred or we haven't fixed yet. So happy to answer questions.
Any questions on section 329? There is. Representative Locke.
Just a question on salaries and increases. Just trying to simplify this, do you guys take into consideration things like indexes like median household income or whatever is appropriate to match that up? Do you guys look at that in making these assessments? I know lots of times there's comparison to other states and that kind of things for similar. I'm just curious what other types of things you take into consideration. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the answer is on all of the pay raises that were given and over the last 2 years, and including this one, the Chief Executive's Office does a comprehensive study of all of that. And I mean, they go into an extremely amount of detail. If you want to go in and look at their proposals and how they calculate it, I mean, it took a day for them just to explain it to us. It's fairly complicated. So the answer is yes. Ours was a little bit different. We said, look, we've just given 2 pay raises over the course of 2 years, the 2 biggest pay raises the state has given in probably 20 years. And so we just wanted to slow down the ship a little bit and see how things are doing. You know, if inflation flattens out and if times are better, we may give another one next in the supplemental budget. We can consider it. But at this point, we just said, let's just slow down.
Any further questions on section 329? Not seeing any. We're going to jump all the way ahead from 329 to 399. And if you just want to cover section 400 as well, Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 399 is the repealer that we have at the end of the section 300s in each budget. In this year, we have 3 repealing actions. The first is related to the section I talked about, 317, the flameless pressurized oxy-combustion, back to UW. The second is the movement of the Department of Health reversions to the state hospital account. The third is the repealing of 327. And in this current biennium, that's providing matching funds for the IIJA grants. Of that 85 million, we moved 75 million to section 325 and 5 million to section 321. And section B of this repealer says that those de-appropriated funds are then reappropriated to the accounts specified in previous sections and do not revert to the budget reserve account, which is where your reversions typically go. And Mr. Chairman, we had put a period at the end of that sentence and call it good.
That is now, any questions on 399? You've heard the entire explanation of House Bill 1. Is there a further discussion? Would anyone like to yell the magic word? Question being called on House Bill 1. The question is on Chairman Nicholas's motion, when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 1 do pass. Please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carried. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes.
All right, the reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the budget bill, House Bill 1, the Committee of the Whole took action as follows. Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, Section 4, do pass. Section 6, Section 7, Section 8, Section 10, Section 11, do pass. Section 14, Section 15, Section 20, Section 21, Section 23, Section 24, do pass. Section 27, Section 29, Section 37, Section 39, Section 41, Section 42, do pass. Section 44, Section 45, Section 48, Section 49, do pass. Section 51, Section 53, Section 55, Section 57, Section 60, do pass. Section 63, Section 66, Section 67, Section 69, Section 70, do pass. Section 72, Section 77, Section 80, Section 81, Section 85, do pass. Section 90, Section 91, Section 96, Section 98, Section 101, do pass. Section 102, Section 103, Section 151, Section 157, do pass. Section 160, Section 205, Section 206, Section 211, Section 220 do pass. Section 270 do pass. Section Block 1, District Courts do pass. Section Block 2, Board of Commissioners do pass. Section Block 3, Board of Commissioners continued do pass. Section 38, Section 300, Section 301, Section 302, Section 303 do pass. Section 304, Section 305, Section 306, Section 307, Section 308 do pass. Section 309, Section 310, Section 311, Section 312, Section 313, Section 314, Section 315 do pass. Section 316, Section 317, Section 318, Section 319, Section 320 do pass. Section 321, Section 322, Section 323 do pass. Section 324, Section 325, Section 326, Section 327 do pass. Section 328, Section 329, Section 399 do pass. Representative Zawannitzer, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole reports.
all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. House Bill number 1 has passed Committee of the Whole. And so folks, I'm going to lay out the schedule, but first I'd like the Appropriation Committees to stand up. I know that it seemed to get late, maybe it did get late, but the amount of time that these people have put into this budget and the level of understanding they have on it is really incredible, in the amount of work they do. And so I think we just deserve a round of applause to our Appropriations Committee. Thank you. They do an awesome job. And then, in the back room back here is a set of fiscal staff, and obviously on the other side. And our fiscal staff rock. They are outstanding. Hey, hey! We will clap until they come out. Well, I think that's as close as we've got to getting Don out to thank him and the crew, and I mean all of the crew. We got some new folks that have done a remarkable job. It really is an amazing thing that they do. And so our next order of business is messages from the Senate.
Message 109. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 2, Legislative Budget. Ayes 31. Message 110. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 4, Rehiring Retired Firefighters, Continued Retirement Benefits. Ayes 31. Message 111. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 8, Health Insurance for Volunteer Emergency Responders. Ayes 25, noes 6. Message 112. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 15, Acceptance of Retrocession Federal Military Installations. Ayes 31. Message 113. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 17, Plane Coordinates System Amendments. Ayes 31. Message 114, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 21, Public Utilities Net Power Cost Sharing Ratio, ayes 31. Message 115, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 30, Influencing Jurors and Witnesses, Judges Amendment, ayes 31. Message 116, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 35, Public Records, DOC Investigations, ayes 30, noes 1. Message 117, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 55, Board of Equalization, questions before the board, ayes 31. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
We're at that order of business of bills on second reading. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 14. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 14, sponsored by Labor, Prior Authorization Regulations, an act relating to the Insurance Code.
House Bill 14, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 20. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 20, sponsored by Education, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment Study.
House Bill 20, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 21. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 21, sponsored by School Facilities, Charter School Leasing.
House Bill 21, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 34. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 34, sponsored by Minerals, Solid Waste Municipal Cease and Transfer Funding.
House Bill 34, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 40. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 40, sponsored by Corporations, School District Trustee, Oath of Office.
House Bill 40, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 71. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 71, sponsored by Appropriations, Broadband Development, Sub-Account Amendments.
House Bill 71, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. So I think Mr. Majority Floor Leader will do the consent list, and then we'll roll the rest of them till the next day. And so, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the consent list consisting of the following House bills: House Bill 10, House Bill 11, House Bill 15, House Bill 16, House Bill 26, House Bill 27, and House Bill 32.
Would anybody like to remove any of these bills from the consent list? Will the reading clerk read the bills on the consent list?
House Bill 10, sponsored by Agriculture, Grace Period State Land Lease Renewals, an act relating to state lands, be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 11, sponsored by Agriculture, State Land Lease Amendments, an act relating to state lands, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 15, sponsored by Labor, Health Insurance Reimbursement of Overpayments, an act relating to health insurance, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 16, sponsored by Travel, Sutton State Archaeological Site Legal Description, being an act relating to state lands, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 26, sponsored by Judiciary, Emergency Protective Services, Effective Period, an act relating to adult protective services, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 27, sponsored by Judiciary, DFS and Law Enforcement Cross-Reporting, an act relating to adult protective services, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming. House Bill 32, sponsored by Minerals, Geological Sequestration Unitization Amendments, an act relating to environmental quality, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
Having been read three separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the House? The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Element. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Excused. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
I think the computer got tired too. Who can whistle the Jeopardy tune? I think that would be appropriate right now. Remind me how this thing works. Do you? Screaming goat.
As for House Bill 10, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 11, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 15, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused. As for House Bill 16, are there any changes? Andrew, aye. To no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 1 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 26, are there any changes? Hornock, aye. To no. Singh, aye. To no. Ottman, aye. To no. Penn, aye. To no. Smith, aye. To no. Slagle, aye. To no. Stivar, aye. To no. Ward, aye. To no. Haroldson, aye. To no. Winter, aye. To no. Knapp, aye. To no. Heiner, Jennings, aye. To no. Allemand, aye. To no. Pendergraft, aye. To no. Locke, aye. To no. Further Nyman, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 44 aye, 17 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 27, are there any changes? Hornock, aye. To no. Penn, aye. To no. Smith, aye. To no. Slagle, aye. To no. Stivar, aye. To no. Ward, aye. To no. Haroldson, aye. To no. Strzok, aye. To no. Rodriguez Williams, aye. To no. Knapp, Aye to no. Heiner, aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Allemand, aye to no. Bear, aye to no. Ottman, aye to no. Locke, aye to no. Pendergraft, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 44 aye, 17 no, 1 excused. As for House Bill 32, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bills 10, 11, 15, 16, 26, 27, and 32 have passed the House. The next order of business, we got 2 days stacked up of reports from standing committees. I'm going to have John do about half, the reader do about half of them. So reports from standing committees.
House Bill 23, sponsored by Larson J.T., Vehicle Registration, E-Certificate, and Grace Period, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 23, Vehicle Registration, E-Certificate, and Grace Period. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Pendergraft, Smith, Stivar, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 24, sponsored by Labor, Certificate of Need Repeal, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 24, Certificate of Need Repeal. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, Hornock, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Ward, Yin, Zwanitzer. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. House Bill 25, sponsored by Labor, Medicaid third-party payer conditions, an act relating to the Wyoming Medical Assistance and Services Act. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 25, Medicaid third-party payer conditions. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, O'Hearn, Trujillo, Yin, Zwanitzer. Noes. Representatives Hornock, Penn, and Ward. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. House Bill 29, sponsored by Judiciary, Cold Case Database and Investigations, an act relating to the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 29, Cold Case Database and Investigations. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 33, sponsored by Minerals. Mining Operations, Blasting Requirements, an act relating to environmental quality. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 33, Mining Operations, Blasting Requirements. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Henderson, Larson, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Noes. Representative Nicholas. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. House Bill 35, sponsored by Minerals. Limitation on Environmental Rulemaking, an act relating to environmental quality. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 35, Limitation on Environmental Rulemaking. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Tarver, Western. Excused, Representative Lawley. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. House Bill 36, sponsored by Select Federal Natural Resource Management. Natural Resource Protection Act, an act relating to protection of constitutional rights. Mr. Speaker, your committee number one judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 36, Natural Resource Protection Act, respectfully reports same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representatives Chestick, Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 46, sponsored by Representative Walters. Chancery Court timeline for resolution of disputes, an act relating to courts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number one judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 46, Chancery Court timeline for resolution of disputes. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representatives Haroldson, Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 54, sponsored by Representative Washit. Wyoming Reads Day, an act relating to legal time and holidays. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 54, Wyoming Reads Day. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clouston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman. House Bill 58, sponsored by Tribal. Forensic Genetic Genealogy Pilot Program, an act relating to law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, your committee number one judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 58, Forensic Genetic Genealogy Pilot Program. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Harrelson. Representative Washit, Chairman. House Bill 60, sponsored by Agriculture, Excess Wildlife Population Damage Amendments, an act relating to game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 60, Excess Wildlife Population Damage Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alleman, Allred, Banks, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Slagle, Winter. Representative Eklund, Chairman. House Bill 66, sponsored by Representative Brown. Firefighter Cancer Screening Benefits, an act relating to labor and employment. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 66, Firefighter Cancer Screening Benefits, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Pendergraph, Smith, Stivar, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. House Bill 67, sponsored by Representative Newsom. Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Fund, Trust Fund Administration 2, an act relating to state lands. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 67, Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund Administration 2, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Burkhart, Byron, Larson, Newsom, Singh, Storer, Western, Winter. Excused, Representative Angelos. House Bill 133, sponsored by Representative Locke, Property Tax Holiday, an act relating to property tax. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 133, Property Tax Holiday, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass fail. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Locke, Strzok. Noes, Representatives Byron, Harshman, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Swanitzer. Representative Harshman, Chairman. House Bill 127, sponsored by Representative Locke. Property tax exemption, specified real property, an act relating to ad valorem taxation. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 127, property tax exemption, specified real property, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass failed. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Locke, Strzok. Noes, Representatives Byron, Harshman, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Zwanitzer. Representative Harshman, Chairman.
Okay, I think that's about the best we can do. So we have some re-referrals. Vice Chair Oakley out of revenue. Vice Chair Oakley out of revenue. Vice Chair Oakley, do you have some re-referrals? It looks like House Bill 52, House Bill 134, and House Bill 103.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what I was going to say. Your Revenue Committee would, do I move for re-referral? Move for re-referral?
What's that?
I would like to re-refer House Bill 52, House Bill 134, and House Bill 103 to Committee Number 2.
Okay, we're going to check and see if we have all of those. 103 was not available, it looks like.
103, we did add an appropriation.
Right, it just hasn't been read in, so it'd be House Bill 52 and House Bill 134, and you want to re-refer them to Committee Number 2? Committee Number 2?
Yes, that's what I would like to do. I would ask to re-refer House Bill 52 and House Bill 134.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Chairman Eklund. Vice Chair Crago, if Eklund's not there, I just don't see anybody in that. Oh, there he is. There he comes. So, Chairman Eklund, it looks like you have House Bill 60 that needs a re-referral.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course I do. I would like to refer House Bill 60 to, from our committee or.
Committee Number 2, right?
Yeah, Committee Number 2.
All right, without objection, it is so ordered. Chairman Washit, I believe you have a few.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask House Bill 36, House Bill 58, House Bill 29, each be referred to Committee Number 2, re-referred to Committee Number 2.
Without objection, it is so ordered. I don't have any other re-referrals up here, Chairman Newsom, at least not that anybody has given me. I don't know that your bill has been read in, was it? Talk to the clerk or the reader. Chairman Newsom, did you shed some light on it? You got one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to re-refer House Bill 67 to Committee Number 2.
Without objection, it is so ordered. All right. Reports from Standing Committee. We don't need that, so that clears the deck. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Monday, the 19th day of February, 2024.
Committee announcements. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 9 will meet at 8 o'clock Monday morning to consider two bills, House Bill 145 and House Joint Resolution 3.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, will meet at 8 a.m. on Monday to hear the following bill, House Bill 44, Parental Rights and Minors Child Health Care. We're continuing that on. There was a previous bill assigned on Monday that we have moved, so that will be the only bill on Monday for Labor Health is House Bill 44.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions will meet on Monday at noon in E005 to consider three bills. House Bill 126, Child Care in a Residential Use of Property, House Bill 154, Consumer Rental Purchase Agreement Acts Amendments, and House Bill 64, Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety Amendments.
Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number one will meet Monday morning at 8 o'clock in our normal room. Consider House Bill 148, House Bill 30, House Bill 31, and time permitting, House Bill 125.
Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4 will meet Monday, February 19th at noon in Capitol Room EO3. We'll do 2 bills, House Bill 166, Education Savings Accounts, and House Bill 175, Criminal History of Volunteers in K-12 Public Schools.
Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3, Revenue, will meet Monday morning, 9 a.m. We're going to be in 113. And to continue our discussion on House Bill 203, Property Tax Reduction and Replacement Act, and also HB 197, Sales Tax Administration Revisions, just finding out that we are starting at 9:30 in the morning. We are going to continue the discussion on those bills upon the noon recess. Surprise, surprise. So upon the noon recess, the Revenue Committee will meet in 6 on the Senate side upon adjournment. Thank you. Or not adjournment, upon noon recess.
All right, any other chairman? So just a note, just so this is important. Oh, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will meet at 8 a.m. on Tuesday to hear House Bill 96, 144, 169, 186, 75, and re-referrals for 60, 67, 52, 34, 39, 29, and 58.
Wow. All right. So Burkhart went first, so we're good there. So this is important because we're starting at 9:30. That means the second reading budget amendments have to be approved by 7:30. 7:30 Monday morning, you have to, if you have not approved your second reading budget amendments, they will be null and void. And then, just so you know, 43 have been numbered. There's 118 total that are available like second reading amendments. So that's why we're going to start a little early. Now, who knows what that number will be? Maybe that's end up be third. And just one final thing before you get out of here. I appreciate, I know you're tired of this and you're tired of me, but I want to thank you guys for your patience. And I want you to thank this staff here that's going to be working after you leave. All right, thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We are adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Monday, February 19th, 2024. Safe travels.